times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers!
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Hi, this is Kristen Cunningham with Chic Boutique by Kristen & Company in Centerville, South Dakota. We are an all-size inclusive boutique offering sizes small through 3X on many items, including denim jeans and jackets, shackets, pants, skirts, graphic tees and sweatshirts, joggers, school swag, hats and caps, many fashion accessories including purses and lots of jewelry. And we also offer gift items for birthdays and weddings. Get your shopping fix at 636 Broadway Street, Centerville, South Dakota. Open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 7, and Saturday, 10 to 4.
Let's on another night of basketball. It's all about the end of the season, right? I mean, yes, wins and losses do matter, but it's all about grabbing momentum late in the season. Can you be heading in the right direction? Can everything go right for you in the end as well? And better your chances for the playoffs. But then you go back to the beginning of the season and say, hey, you can start off 16-0. That can put you in the driver's seat throughout the entire postseason. And for the Vermillion girls, all that was left for this regular season was to win a DAC 12 title. And they accomplished that mission on Tuesday evening. And now they take a step out of Class A and take on a Class B opponent. And I reference, it's not necessarily about how you always start, it's about how you finish. But the thing is, will they get some help when it comes to the finishing line? Welcome to Live Ticket TV here on Vermillion Tanagers Live. Back and ready once again for another night of high school hoops. Of course, it was an exciting night on Tuesday evening. The Vermillion girls bringing home the coveted title of being a DAC 12 champion. Again, to put this into reference, The Pac-12, as some would say, is the toughest conference in all of high school basketball in the state of South Dakota. If you can win that title, it means something. In fact, you play half of your season against Pac-12 opponents. What makes it even more impressive is if you can do it by going undefeated. The Vermillion girls were certainly tested on Tuesday evening against Dakota Valley, but were able to accomplish that mission, and it made it even sweeter as they did so on senior night. Now, competition for the Vermillion girls is not necessarily what we're used to seeing, as again, taking a step out of Class A tonight and playing against the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, who are a Class B team and right now find themselves in the middle of the pack in Region 4B and trying to find themselves some momentum down the stretch. And speaking of the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, we will catch up with Coach O'Malley here in just a little bit to talk about that matchup. And of course, we'll catch up with head coach John Brooks as the Eagles come in 6-11 overall on the girls' side, but don't let that record necessarily fool you. They have played against some common opponents that Vermillion has seen. And as I just referenced a moment ago, it's not necessarily about how you start, but how you finish. Over these next 4 games, the Vermillion boys have a chance to go 4-0 over their last 6 games, 5-1, including that one loss could be against Dakota Valley, ranked number 1 in Class A. But what's so more impressive about it is how they were able to go toe-to-toe with the Panthers. But, as Coach Drake would say, on any given Sunday, any given night, anything can happen when it comes to what you're going to see in high school hoops. We saw that last night as well, as Del Rapids was shocked by T-Area on a buzzer beater. And when you play teams in the Pac-12 or just any game, any given night, you never know who is exactly going to win. By the way, the Irene-Wakonda boys, they come in 8-7 overall. Our first time as well that we have been able to have a doubleheader here in Irene, South Dakota, at least in the past few years. Remember a couple of years ago, we had the dedication and such an honor to play in Wakonda as they had the memorial and remembrance and dedication of that court there in Wakonda to the Mr. Flynn himself and just his amazing career as a basketball coach. It was a special night as well. Jake Jensen, at the time a sophomore, got his first start as a Vermillion Tanager on the boys' side. And of course, Jake went on to have a fabulous career. And of course, his sister right now, Brooke, having a great basketball season as well. But we did not get to go there. The following year, the girls have played here, but the boys played a different game in Flandreau, South Dakota that night. So the girls have been here, the boys have not. So again, this is our first time in quite some time that Vermillion has played here at Irene-Wakonda, or I should say at the Irene High School gym when it has been redone. Certainly a fabulous facility, and we appreciate everything they've helped us out with so far here this evening. All right, diving into our pregame show. As I mentioned, Coach O'Malley is on his way with the Irene-Wakonda Eagles to talk more about his squad, 6-11 overall, what his team has been through. And as we mentioned, we'll catch up with Coach John Brooks and get reaction from his girls being the Pac-12 champions. That is all on the way next here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV.
Be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. We're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
If you are self-motivated, accountable, and eager to learn new skills, we'd love to talk to you about a rock star career. Masaba in Vermillion is hiring full and part-time manufacturing positions for the rock industry. Masaba provides comprehensive training in a clean, safe, and state-of-the-art facility. Masaba offers competitive wages, a fun and interesting work environment and culture. Join our team of rock stars. Visit masabainc.com to learn more.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Some JV action going on right now here in the main gym as the Vermillion Tanagers and boys basketball hoops currently lead it 34-18. Welcome back inside the Eagles nest as we get you set for a doubleheader between the Irene-Wakonda Eagles and the Vermillion Tanagers, as tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by the Vermillion Boosters, supporting Vermillion and the student athletes. The Vermillion Boosters are always giving back. You can check out their online clothing order that is currently open, with a portion of sales going back to the students. You can also find out how to become a member or shop online today at GoTanagers.com. And by the way, that store is open until February 15th, so make sure you check that out. And again, get your spring clothing, as there are plenty of sports that are coming up during the spring and summer seasons. All right, we get into our first coach's interview, as I was able to catch up with Coach O'Malley once again this year. I caught up with him just the other day, and we discussed his team as they come in 6-11 overall. But when you look at this Irene-Wakonda Eagles team, yes, a lot of great talent that has now graduated over the past couple of years, but they've also played one of the toughest schedules when it comes to the state of South Dakota in Class B. Plus, they still have themselves in a good position, but they need to get in the right position if they want to make a run during the postseason. Here he is on our pregame show. It's head coach O'Malley of the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Coach, as you get ready for the Vermillion Tanagers, a big matchup of Class A versus Class B. But before we talk about that game, let's get into your season and the way it has gone coming into the matchup, 6-11 overall. This was certainly going to be a growing year for your squad. A lot of juniors and sophomores a part of the team, but you lost a lot of key pieces over the past couple of years. What was the outlook on this season as you got started?
Well, I think when we look at it, you know, out of our 5 starters we have playing now, only 2 of those kids played a lot of minutes last year on varsity. The other 5 played mostly JV. So it's one of those things where it's just a building process, and with the schedule we have, I think we play 7 Class A schools this year. We just have to stay positive, you know, throughout the season. Just build on the things we're doing right and work on the things we're doing wrong. So, yeah, it's been an up and down season, kind of, but we've had some games where we played really well. I would say the Freeman game, that was a big win for us. They're 12-6. 3 games that we might have could have won that were 10 points or less games was Why Not, ACDC, and Beersford. Those are all games that were close. But when you got kids playing at that level now, it's going to take some time. I mean, we're looking forward to next year, but we're gonna try to finish as strong as we can this year too. I mean, tomorrow night's game there's no doubt, we know it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough. And as you mentioned as well, I don't think maybe people realize to open up your season, you have Bon home, but then you have Ponca, Nebraska, a team that's made it to the state tournament how many years in a row? Number 1, Viber Curly, defending state champions. Why Not? As they say, there's always a why not way. They seem to be one of the 8 seeds when they go to the state tournament and win a title, it seems like, every other year. And then as you mentioned, Elk Point, Jefferson, Hanson, all Class A teams. How difficult was it to start that type of schedule with this young team?
It's tough. And then throw Wagner in there.
Yeah.
It was really tough. I mean, and it's just hard to keep everybody up when you're losing, even though you can go through the whole thing about, okay, this team goes state in Nebraska every year, and this team goes state in Nebraska every year, and this team's won state last. It's still tough. You're still trying to stay positive and go into every game, play as hard as you can, and then just move on to the next one. But when you're losing, it makes it hard to get up for that next game. But we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, you're talking about that exactly, because there's a mojo and a flow with girls, and when you're winning, everything seems to be going right.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing can go wrong, and all of a sudden a loss, and you keep building on losses. The world seems like it's coming to an end, even though it's not. It doesn't feel good. And not to look anything over Vermillion, but you're also still in that middle of the pack of Region 4 in Class B. Have you emphasized how important it is to the girls to play well against Vermillion and then finish off this season strong, trying to get 2 more wins and see if you can't help yourself out seed points wise?
Right, and we talk about that a lot. We're at where we're at. Now we just need to finish the season strong and try to be at a point where when we go into the region, and if we go in as the 5, we'd love to, we'd love to be the 3, but I don't know if we can jump how many spots. Scotland and Freeman are kind of going back and forth in that 3-4 spot. We just want to go in playing well, going into that. We want to peak at that point. And these kids, they're capable of that. They are definitely capable of that. It's just we need to be more consistent, and we're not there yet.
Yeah, and you mentioned with what could be coming up in the postseason, how important is it to try to avoid Viber Curly eventually and just try to give yourself a chance of making it to the SODAC 16?
Right. I mean, they're the real deal again. I mean, they're chugging right along. It would be nice to not be in that position, but Centerville at that number 2 spot. They're a very good team too. I mean, they've had some losses, but they're against some very good teams. So whether it's you're playing the 1 or the 2, if you get that far, you're just gonna have to play well. But yeah, Viber Curly I would say, is probably the favorite, but we'll just have to deal that when we get to that point. So.
Well, let's bring it back a little closer to home as you do get ready for the Vermillion Tanagers, number 2 in Class A. As you mentioned, a team that actually beat Wagner. So, I mean, you have seen, yes, the best of the best, but you get ready for another top 5 team in Class A. And something that Vermillion has beat with a lot of teams so far this season is their depth. They're able to go so deep into their bench, even bringing in a 7th grader who's just playing lights out.
Very good one.
Yes. How do you go up against the competition like that, and how do you scout the Vermillion Tanagers?
Well, when you talk about depth, then you come to our side where, we play 7 kids, and, it's tough when you get foul trouble. I mean, it's just a lot of factors that come into that. I mean, we don't go very deep.
Yep.
If we want to get out and run, you can do that. It'd be nice to be able to throw in 3 or 4 other girls, but we don't have that option. So we just, I always think this would be a good time to not have a shot clock. But we're in South Dakota and we have one, so
yeah.
Because I don't think we want to get into any kind of running game with Vermillion. That's for sure. So.
And yeah, I don't think maybe some people realize that with squads, you can fill up to 15 spots in the varsity. And as you mentioned, you have 8 girls right now on your varsity spot. So, I mean, it's not like you have, as you mentioned, a whole lot of depth. We're just like, all right, I can pick and choose different girls to at least give some breathers out here because those girls are completely gassed as well. Take nothing away, though, from your season. Emma Marshall, a sophomore, has been huge so far, averaging double digits when scoring. Madison Orr, even another sophomore. How nice has it been to rely on these younger girls with no senior leadership, and as you mentioned, just kind of watching from afar as JV players last year?
Well, I mean, so Emma and Madison Emma's been playing since she was a 7th grader on the varsity, and then more minutes last year, in 8th grade year started. Madison's been playing a couple years as a starter. So those 2 are definitely, our leaders. And the experience helps. They've been there, done that. Quinn McDonald does an excellent job. She's our point guard. She's averaging 6 points a game. Caitlin Mellum's our post. She works hard all the time. Good rebounder. And then Brenna Linkstad is a spot-up shooter. Pretty good shooter out there. So, I mean, the older girl, or not older, the more experienced girls as far as playing time, definitely the other girls have to lean on them a little bit in some of these games. And then we have a couple kids that come off the bench to do a good job for us too. But like I said, that's it. I mean, we know. And I did bring up 3 more girls last week, so we actually have 11 now on varsity. But yeah, you're right. It's tough, and the foul trouble thing can really beat you down if you get foul trouble. When you don't have a lot of kids to go to. So we just try to talk a lot about that. You just need to play with your feet, not your hands, and work hard. There's a fine line there when you only have 7, 8 kids that you're playing all the time. So and they're doing a pretty good job of it so far. So we'll just keep going at it and see where it ends up.
And I want to say that you can look to the future, as you mentioned, and say, hey, things are going to get better because these other bigger teams like Viber, Curley, and Centerville at the top are going to graduate a lot of seniors. Viber, Curley, yes, but they still have a lot of young experience that continues to get playing time. And in Centerville, they have 1 senior on their team or something like that. I mean, they're really, really young too. So how do you make sure you just keep building for the future and take nothing away from this year, but just making sure you continue to build towards that future and see if you can't find yourself higher within Region 4?
Well, we just need to emphasize, they always say kids, basketball players are made in the off season. I mean, we can do a lot during the season as far as, figuring out what works best, which 5 play the best together. But the players, the shooters, the dribblers, the rebounders, a lot of that's done in the off season. I mean, kids have to put in some time in the off season. We're really going to try to emphasize that because we're on that, right? We're right there. We just need to go a little bit further to get to where we need to be next year. And those are the things in the off season that we need to work, that kids need to work on. So.
Once again, that is head coach O'Malley of the Irene-Wakonda Eagles as things just wrapped up in our JV game. Again, going back to what Coach O'Malley talked about, just continuing to build with his squad. This is an Eagles team that has tested Vermillion over the past few years, but again, coming into tonight, 6-11 overall. They find themselves in the middle of the pack of Region 4B. And again, as Coach O'Malley just mentioned, and I said it there as well, a lot of great teams in front of them with this region, including Viber, Curley, and Centerville as well. So it's going to be tough to get out of this region to make it to the SODAC 16 if the Eagles want to. But again, trying to grab some momentum late as we head closer and closer to the end of the regular season. By the way, the Vermillion boys just won that JV game 43-20 was your final score. We're going to take another timeout break. When we come back, it's time to get to our next coach's interview. That's head coach John Brooks. He is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Let's be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. They're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Inside the Eagles nest as we get you set for doubleheader action between the Irene-Wakonda Eagles and the Vermillion Tanagers. And we're going to get into our conversation with head coach John Brooks here in just a little bit, as tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's has expanded with now more room than ever before. Blaine's is your trusted source for auto body repair. With growing, Blaine's is in need of more help to join their family. Blaine's is looking for an auto body specialist. Now, if you know someone or even yourself is interested, stop by Blaine's or contact them today. And remember, if you need auto body work done, take it to a Tanager alum at Blaine's Body Shop. Before we get into our conversation with head coach John Brooks, and again, we're waiting on a JV game to get things wrapped up, let's quickly jump into our standings. Now, one thing that after Vermillion has won this DAC 12 title, 10-0 in the DAC 12, we pull up the standings here, they are guaranteed that one spot in the region playoffs. In fact, we already know what the first round of the region playoffs is going to be. Vermillion is going to play Parker. Now, of course, that game is also going to happen next Friday to wrap up the regular season for the Vermillion girls. We'll take just a few days off, and the only thing that will really change about all that game is instead of playing in Parker, we will play in Vermillion. But then after that, Region 4 gets extremely interesting, and what could happen after that? You have Lennox currently sitting in second at 13-5 overall, just 0.2 2-5 ahead of Canton, who is in third. But a lot of people are going to be watching this T area team to see where they can jump up to. They have 4 games left, including Lennox. They take on Brandon Valley, Yankton, which they're going to get seed points for because they're going to beat Yankton Gazelles, who's a 1-11 on the season. And then they wrap up their season against Elk Point Jefferson. Again, Elk Point sitting down there in 5th, Dakota Valley in 6th, Beersford in 7th, and Parker again in 8th. So again, assuming everything, Vermillion girls get the win against Parker, and as of right now, it'd be that winner over 4 and 5 of T area and Elk Point Jefferson. In fact, if you're the Vermillion Tanagers, you would love for somehow Canton to slide down into that 4 or 5 spot and then win. Now, Vermillion saw Canton the very first game of the season, dominated throughout, and they match up the best against against Canton. Then after that, if you could have it a second way, playing at home, you would take Elk Point Jefferson because, again, yes, beating the Huskies by 1, but again, the matchup and size maybe wasn't taken advantage of enough in that first game. I would favor Vermillion by at least 8 points in that matchup. The reason you'd want to avoid T area is because we did not see Katie Vasika in that first matchup. Katie Vasika is now back for the Titans, and she is clicking on all cylinders right now. And then you add the rest of their starting 5 all together. That is a very, very dangerous T area team, and again, could still make that jump up to 3rd, especially if they can find some key victories. Again, you look at that Brandon Valley team, who is receiving votes on the girls' side, and then also Lennox. But again, Yankton going to help them out with some additional seed points and winning that AA matchup. It'll be very, very interesting to see how everything clicks over. Now, explaining that all, Cole Larsh, as you take a look at it, as what you have seen so far from this DAC 12 and also this Region 4A, kind of bring a little bit of an outsider's perspective. I get to see these teams all the time throughout my years broadcasting. This is really your first time getting to know more about the DAC 12 and Region 4A. Who would you want from an outsider's perspective if you're the Vermillion girls in the postseason?
Well, just based on competition alone, I mean, you obviously want to, if you can, avoid all the top 6 seeds. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, you can go down the list, and obviously we just defeated Dakota Valley, so maybe the top 5, but any of those other 4 teams, they're going to be great teams. But I really think if you can avoid Lennox and if you can avoid T, you're probably going to be in a pretty good spot. You know, like you mentioned, T, Vasika's now back. That's going to add a whole different aspect to that ball game. You look back at that first game, and you know, it was a weird situation. You're playing at noon on a Monday, I believe it was.
Right before a snowstorm.
Right before a snowstorm, during the break. I mean, it's just all these different factors, and T's best player was out. You can basically just scratch that score off the scorecards. Like, you haven't seen them play a full game yet as their full team, so I think you probably want to avoid them most of all out of anybody.
If a game draws your interest for tonight from an outsider's perspective, certainly want to watch that Lennox T area game as those two teams competing tonight. Of course, you can also catch that game on our sister station, if you will, of Live Ticket TV or Lennox Orioles Live. They will have all the coverage there in Lennox so far this evening. We'll keep you up to date on that score, and of course, you can always catch the bottom of the scores as well coming up for this evening. But that's just kind of a quick look at Region 4A. Again, Vermillion sitting there right there in first. They have locked up the number 1 spot, and it will be official. They will be playing against Parker, that 8 seed, coming up in the first round of the region playoffs. Then after that, again, it is the winner of 4 and 5. They don't reseed, nothing like that. And it will still be in the birdcage as well. So 2 more guaranteed home games for this Vermillion girls team. I guess that's if they beat Parker. But who is it going to be? Again, very logjam between 2 and 5 right now at the moment. Just 1.1 separates seed points from 5th and 2nd. So that's how interesting it is going to be over these final 2 weeks of the regular season. We're going to step aside. When we come back, head coach John Brooks is on the way next, as tonight's coverage of Live Ticket TV and the Vermillion Tanagers taking on Irene-Wakonda is brought to you by Masaba. At Masaba, people are valued as much as performance and ethics are a way of life. Join the talented team developing and delivering unparalleled, dependable solutions to partners around the world. Share your expertise, skill, and commitment to excellence with them and become a rock star of their growing company. Apply today at Masaba.com. Head coach John Brooks is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Hi.
Here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live, your new home for Vermillion Athletics, as we have had another very busy week. Of course, at home the past couple of days. On Tuesday, Vermillion boys and girls against Dakota Valley, and then last night had wrestling covered for you. The Vermillion wrestling team celebrated senior night as well, and it was fun to catch up with the coach Gary Culver to talk more about his few seniors that he has. In fact, just a couple of senior wrestlers, and as they get ready for postseason play as well. In fact, being the region tournament, which determines if you make it to state or not, that is coming up next Friday in Brandon Valley. Friday afternoon. They begin at 2 o'clock and they'll be done by the early evening. I will say this much. We'll have Coach Culver on during that Parker game as well at one point to get an update on wrestling. Speaking of other state events that are going on, gymnastics had competition day number 1. We will have an update for you later on here in the broadcast on how the gymnastics team did. So make sure you stick around for that. But right now, we continue on with our pregame conversations. We just got done hearing from Coach O'Malley, and it's time to jump into our conversation with head coach John Brooks. And I caught up with Coach Brooks, and you know what? I'm not going to say too much about it, but I finally dove into it more, and he really shines a light on this season. 17-1 is so impressive, and there's a lot left to come with this season, but maybe we haven't talked about it enough yet, and that is what this season is doing, not for the next year, but what's doing in the next 6 to 7 years. Here he is on the pregame show to talk about what this season has meant for the next generation and getting ready for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. It's John Brooks on the Vermillion Girls. Coach Brooks, congratulations, has to be said right away on winning a DAC 12 title. I know you had your chance to kind of soak it in a little bit more into practice on Wednesday with the girls. Enjoy the moment as well. You had t-shirts made up. You're going to get your name on the plaque just outside the gym as well. How does it feel being DAC 12 champions now that you can kind of take this 48 hours and look back on the season so far and what 10-0 means in the DAC 12?
Yeah, obviously we were able to celebrate against or after our Dakota Valley game in the locker room a little bit, and then we talked about it again the next day of practice of how proud we were of the girls. And when the DAC 12 is no small feat. It's very, very difficult, and then not only to win it but to go undefeated in conference was pretty special. So a huge accomplishment for our girls, something that they'll be able to look out back on someday and hopefully realize how big of a deal it is. But it's hard because you check that one off the list, and now we're on to the next goals for the rest of the season.
What is the next goal for the rest of the season?
Obviously I think we got, kind of looking at numbers, with pretty confident that we have the 1 seed wrapped up. So that was the next goal, is we want the 1 seed in regions. And so we'll be able to check that one off as well. And then obviously the next one is to make the state tournament. So, this time of the year, we got to be playing our best basketball. And then it starts with Irene-Wakonda game tonight. And, we kind of got a quote that there's no more excuses. It's just you do everything that you possibly can to get it done at this time of the year, and that's kind of what we're focused on.
We're going to talk about Irene-Wakonda here in just a moment, but I want to go back to 6-7 years ago when you were also making the state tournament with other teams. And what you're doing right now, Coach Brooks, 17-1. Yes, you have all this media attention, but maybe something we don't necessarily realize until we start to look at it more in depth is you're inspiring a younger generation of girls basketball. Now everyone wants to be like this girls basketball team. Can you contribute some of your success this year to 6-7 years ago when these girls were little, looking up to those teams that were making the state tournament?
Well, I think that's I'm glad you brought that up, because I think anytime we have success, we always say it's our program success. And, this team is its own team, but it's built on what's been done here in the past, and even before I got here. And, these girls that are here right now were at that age of 6th, 7th graders, 8th graders when we were going to our last state tournament. And we have photos of them in the T gym with all of our girls after we beat Del Rapids to go to that state tournament the last time. And, it's something that they obviously look up to. And then now I look at my daughter, who's a 4th grader, and I absolutely love coming after the game. We have our junior tanager program, and I come after the game and I see 10, 12, 15 4th through 6th grade girls run around in the gym after our games, watching our games that night. So that's just a testament to all the girls in our program and what they've helped us build here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about your daughter as well, so I'm glad that you brought her up, because that's been so special. Her along on the bench there, just getting to watch this team continue to grow, and so many young players still on this team that it's going to be exciting for the next few years. But as you mentioned, just inspiring the next generation and just continuing to build kind of what we see with other programs. I think of like Ponca, Nebraska on their girls basketball team. Basically, if you don't go out for basketball, you're looked at a little bit differently. It just seems like every girl goes out for their basketball team. All right, Irene-Wakonda, a team that has lost the O'Malley girls. They have actually kind of just, I don't want to say fallen apart, but they're a very young team so far this season, 16-11 overall. What jumps out to you right away that you know this is not going to be an easy game tonight against the Eagles?
Well, they have very good size, and I think that's one thing that always scares you. They go Melton inside at 5'11", Moore right next to her at 5'10", and then Marshall, who's probably one of the better athletes we'll see all year, who's been playing since a 7th grader, and she's now a sophomore at 5'9". So they're very physical inside. They got 2 guards up front, the 5'6" and 5'7" girls that are very athletic and do a lot of things. They'll play zone tonight, 2-3 zone or a 1-3-1. So we're going to have to knock down some shots to the outside. And it's a team, like you said, that lost quite a bit off last year's team. So started off a little slow this year, but has continued to improve over the season as they've gained game experience. So they're a whole different team now than they were at the beginning of the year. In their place tonight, we're going to have to play well like always.
You talk about the size, and I think that is something that has really come up over the past couple of weeks as you have started to see more teams with size. We saw that against Hamlin. We saw that against Dakota Valley. And at times, you have lost the size battle. How much is that starting to become an emphasis in practice, knowing that once we do get to the playoffs, if you want to make a state tournament, you are going to see a lot of size and that you need to be winning that battle?
Yeah, and we have good height as well. I think we're a little bit different as ours is not so much back to the basket, typical post type kids. We're more athletic. We're athletes that like to run the floor and play in space and that type of thing. So really, we just got to get teams to play our style, and we got to impose how we want to play defensively and offensively on teams. And if we do that, we're usually pretty successful. And when teams have big physical post players and size, we just got to be able to handle it. We can throw a lot of bodies at kids. At different teams with the length and size that we have, and we'll mix up our rotations with those things. But I think the biggest thing is just playing the style that we want to play.
I remember one of our first conversations, we talked about what does it take to get to points, and if you get to this certain point amount, you're going to win a lot of basketball games, and no hiding it, Coach. I mean, there were several different times to open up this season. We got to 62. The offense was exploding. But as of late, yes, Dakota Valley, you put up 60 points there. Again, you win. So what does it take now to be consistent at this 60 mark, maybe even a little bit above, maybe even a little bit below, that this offense finally starts getting things going and that you can feel comfortable winning games here to end the regular season and to start off the postseason?
I think a lot of it does stem from our defense, where we can get turnovers and run in transition and try to get easy buckets. At this time of the year, especially heading into region time, you're playing teams that are very familiar with you, and the scouting reports are more in depth, and it's just teams, whether you're playing an Elk Point, a T, a Lennox, whoever it is, it's just teams that are very familiar, and sometimes they look kind of like a slugfest because you know exactly what the other team is trying to do. So execution becomes a huge deal, and then obviously for region time, we'll hopefully be able to, we'll have a couple different wrinkles here and there, a couple different sets that we can try to catch teams off guard with, and and just grinding it out on the defensive end.
Are you slowing things down, maybe a part of one of those wrinkles? Because we saw that against Dakota Valley. It seemed like the girls were going almost too quick. They were giving it right back to the Panthers. Has that been an emphasis, or are you okay with the speed that your girls are able to run at?
I think it's the old John Wooden quote of play quickly but don't rush. And, one of those things where we press and we want our girls to play fast. We're trying to run in transition, but if teams get back, we can't just throw the ball around and just jack up a three really quick and think that that's efficient, because it's not. And so, you got to have that balance of getting the ball at the floor, but when it's not there, running good offense and trying to find the best shot possible.
Before I let you go, of course, Wakanda has some very famous basketball players that the families have trickled over into Vermillion. Now, we're playing in Irene, so it's not necessarily the dedication of the floor of the gym to Mr. Flynn, but have you talked about that with the girls at all?
We really haven't. I think that was, when we went there a couple of years ago, that was a big deal over there, and obviously Brooke's grandpa and all this, and her mom, and all the success that they had at Wakanda during their time. But yeah, like you said, it's kind of a new gym over in Irene right now, and our girls, for the most part, kind of know that history and everything. And honestly, I think some of them are pretty good friends with the Wakanda girls. So it's a nice little game. It's a nice game for us. Two communities that know each other well, and there's a lot of familiarity and within our two communities, so it's always a good crowd. It's a fun game, and glad we're heading over there to play tonight.
Well, there it is right there from head coach John Brooks. Yes, there is history, but again, it is focused on one game at a time, and these are so important of games for this Vermillion girls team as well. Again, it is time to make sure you're on the right track heading into postseason play. Again, Vermillion girls play tonight, have a complete week off until they play against Parker, and then turn around and all of a sudden it will be postseason basketball tonight. It's our doubleheader between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Game number 1. Tip and our starting lineups are on the way next here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV.
This is Kristen Cunningham with Chic Boutique by Kristen & Company in Centerville, South Dakota. We are an all-size inclusive boutique offering sizes small through 3X on many items, including denim jeans and jackets, shackets, pants, skirts, graphic tees and sweatshirts, joggers, school swag, hats and caps, many fashion accessories including purses and lots of jewelry. And we also offer gift items for birthdays and weddings. Get your shopping fix at 636 Broadway Street, Centerville, South Dakota. Open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 7 and Saturday, 10 to 4.
Let's be real. You work, you worry, you wait, you wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. We're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
If you are self-motivated, accountable, and eager to learn new skills, we'd love to talk to you about a rock star career. Masaba in Vermillion is hiring full and part-time manufacturing positions for the rock industry. Masaba provides comprehensive training in a clean, safe, and state-of-the-art facility. Masaba offers competitive wages, a fun and interesting work environment and culture. Join our team of rock stars. Visit masabainc.com to learn more.
Back inside the Eagles' nest as we get you set for tip-off between the Irene-Wakonda Eagles and the Vermillion Tanagers after it looked like everything was on schedule to get us going maybe a little bit ahead of time. Instead of starting at 6:30, start at 6:15. The JV game took a little bit longer than expected. Now Irene-Wakonda running a lot of their JV team also on their varsity, so they had 5 girls ready for warm-up, and they have since added about another 8 into their whole entire lineup. So had to wait a little bit longer, but again, going through our final warm-ups here before we get set for this doubleheader between the Eagles and the Tanagers. Quick shout out as well, if you follow the Vermillion Boosters on their Facebook page, there's other activities going on, including the state gymnastics that are happening today and tomorrow. Now, today was the team portion of it. Now, Vermillion did not participate on the team side of it, but the individual portion comes up tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned to the Vermillion Boosters if you have not liked them on Facebook. And also, don't forget they have a new Twitter page as well. Give them a follow on Twitter, and they'll keep you up to date on the individual side of gymnastics as they get ready to compete repeat tomorrow. You can also watch all the gymnastics. You can find out more information by visiting gotangers.com. You can also find more information at South Dakota High School Activities Association or sdhsaa.org. Again, Vermillion versus the Eagles. I should say Vermillion versus Irene-Wakonda, as tonight's broadcast is brought to you by First Bank and Trust. Enjoy the convenience of digital banking from anywhere, including fast and secure mobile and online options. Customized features let you streamline banking tasks across all platforms, even other financial institutions. Banking has never been easier than with First Bank and Trust. Let's address the elephant in the room. Not only do you have basically 2 weeks plus before you face some tough competition. 6-11 tonight, Irene-Wakonda, a Class B team, and then a Parker team that a couple of years ago made the jump up to Class A. Some would say they've never been ready to quite make that jump. They've struggled as well, especially in this region, of basically seeing nothing but DAC-12 teams. They also play in a very tough conference of the Big East, and then you're going to play them first round. Cool. This has been such a die-hard season for the Vermillion girls, one ranked team after another, or just trying to win this DAC-12 title. How much can Vermillion girls now not have a letdown as we finish off these last 2 weeks and get ready for postseason play?
Well, you kind of hit the nail on the head. You have to avoid a letdown, which means you got to have the pedal to the metal the entire game, no matter who you're playing, no matter where it is, no matter what time it is. From here on out, you got to play like you're 0-0 and your season depends on it. Especially against these, you might say, poorer teams that you have coming up in your schedule, and then until you get to basically region play, that second round of regions. But you got to play every game almost like it's your last of the season. You can't have a mishap, and then all of a sudden you put yourself in a bad spot in the playoffs, or you put yourself in a bad seed point average there going into the SODAC 16. So every game is just important as the last, especially once you get later in the season. Every game, you got to have a win.
Well, Cole, you just brought up something extremely interesting as well. That, okay, say Vermillion would lose one of these next 2 games. Let's just say they lose even here tonight. Yes, they still lose out on that #1 spot in Region 4, but right now, they do reseed these teams by seed points when it comes to the SODAC 16. Just because Vermillion is ranked #2 according to the media, that doesn't necessarily help them. Now, not all seed points have been calculated in, but if you go just off of what they have at the moment, Vermillion does fall #3 in that SODAC 16. Now, they still have 3 different games that are going to help them out, in fact, get a lot of points from those that could help them get up to #2. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that all breaks down and comes together over these next couple of weeks. Again, Vermillion #2 in the media, but not necessarily #2 when it comes to the SODAC 16. We're going to switch things up here just a little bit. Usually we do our national anthem and then introduce our starting 5 and have tip. That's usually how it works. But in Irene, they do things a little bit different. They go through their starting 5 and then to the national anthem. So that being said, let's meet the starting 5 for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles and the Vermillion Tanagers. First up for the Eagles, tonight's starting 5 will be #2, Quinn McDonald, the 5'7" junior guard. #4, Brina Langstad, the 5'6" sophomore guard. #13, Madison Orr, the 5'10" sophomore. #23, Emma Marshall, the 5'9" sophomore guard. And finally, #44, Caitlin Melman, the 5'5" junior center. For the Vermillion Tanagers, it is the same starting 5 that they had against Dakota Valley and that have been crowned DAC-12 champions. Let's meet our Vermillion starting 5. It'll be #1, Casey Hansen, the 5'8" sophomore guard. #15, Leah Herbster, the 6'1" senior center. #21, Brooklyn Voss, the 5'11" junior guard. #22, Janaea Cleveland, the 5'8" junior guard. And #33, Brooke Jensen, the 6'1" sophomore guard. Again, the Tanagers are now 17-1 overall. 6-0 in Region 4 and are 10-0 in the DAC-12 and your DAC-12 champions. Tanagers are coached by John Brooks along with Doug Hansen, Carrie Jensen, and Kelly Knudsen. We are going to keep it right here as we have the playing of our national anthem on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Sings our national anthem.
our national anthem here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV, sung by a 6th grader from Irene-Wakonda Middle School. We are set and ready to battle between two birds, one in red, one in white and blue for this evening. Along with our producer and color analysis, Cole Larsh, our Vermillion Tanager faithful here inside the gymnasium and back at home. Vermillion looking to continue this hot streak after winning the DAC-12 championship. Regular season title on Tuesday evening, trying to finish off their season against a Class B team and last in Region 4. Let's get this one going on a Friday evening. I'm Heath Nimke, and it's great to have you along on this Friday as Leah Herbster along with Emma Marshall meet in the center circle. A little bit of a height advantage there. It's won by the Vermillion Tanagers as the Tanagers will move to the north part of our gym. As you see it up here in the Eagles Nest is where we find ourselves at here this evening in that top corner. Over to Brooke Jensen, swing it over to Janaea Cleveland, trying to find a hole inside. It's Voss, misses the jumper, kick back out. Janaea Cleveland gets the defender to slip underneath, and Jensen's there for two. Cole, have to love how Vermillion instantly attacks the zone and finds their way through.
Absolutely, that's exactly what you want to do at the start of the ball game, is just find every advantage that you might have against this zone and take advantage of it.
And quickly the press works for the Tanagers as the Eagles turn it over. Jensen jumper, this rim is not friendly immediately to Vermillion as they missed their first couple of shots that just rattled in and out. Here come the Eagles, not necessarily ready for the pass. There was a Langstad. They want to try to work it back to the top. Janaea Cleveland gets in the way and will tip it out of bounds. It will stay with the Eagles. Again, Vermillion leads it early, 2-0. First minute 4 into the opening quarter. As they reset with Marshall at the top of the key. Now work it over to McDonald. And again, Vermillion pesky defense knocks it out of bounds. Good crowd on hand for both the Vermillion Tanagers and the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, of course, making the trip to Irene High School and a redone gym just a few years ago. In fact, Vermillion girls were the second team ever to play on this gym floor. Pass stolen away. Here comes Casey Hansen, now over to Voss, who has it on the wing to the free throw line, down to the baseline. Jensen splits by two defenders, but then fumbled it away, and quickly the Eagles the opposite way. A 1-on-2, Marshall attacks and misses her shot, but Leah Herbster fouls, and we'll see free throws upcoming. Well, it seems like it's that theme. In fact, it's just maybe how we should call these games from now on. The first quarter and the first 90 seconds start off shaky for the Vermillion girls. Have had open looks, could be up to a 6-0 lead already. And now it's 2-1 as Marshall hits her first free throw of the evening. The Eagles shoot 75% from the free throw line this season. Second free throw, this one rattles off the mark, rebounded by Leah Herbster. 2-1, 6:21, first quarter. Janaea Cleveland picks up her dribble, is peskied by McDonald there. So McDonald had her arms flying in. Back out to Cleveland to the top. They work it with Casey Hansen. Back to Cleveland as again this zone defense giving up some kind of a little bit of room. Casey Hansen, bounce pass over to Jensen. Back to the free throw line to Voss. Jumper once again. This time, Brooklyn Voss is able to hit it. If she can hit that shot all night, she's easily going to reach double digits. She's 1 of 2 from that exact spot. 4-1, 5:47 first quarter. The Eagles now have to try to find some space inside the Tanager zone. As it's there at the free throw line, Janaea Cleveland almost ripped it away. Try the dribble. It goes off the foot of Orr. Turnover, third turnover already for the Eagles. The drive by Voss. Voss off the glass, but can't get her shot to go. She's 1 of 4 from the field already to open up the basketball game. Jensen just let Marshall go on by, then swatted the basketball away from Marshall. Goes all the way to the baseline, out of bounds. It will stay with the Eagles. And now Coach O'Malley already wants a timeout to get his girls settled down and reset. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Farm Credit Services of America. American Ag has grown to become the largest and most efficient and productive food system in the world. But it remains a business of people, and everything they do, they work to become Ag's most valued financial partner. Find out how they are there for the farmer to help and grow at FCSAmerica.com. Well, Coach O'Malley uses the timeout, but Cole, Vermillion girls could also settle into this game a little bit as well.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting some decent shots on the offensive end, just not really getting some favorable bounces off the rim, but so far it seems like they're attacking the gaps in that Eagle zone quite nicely, so I don't think this timeout was really used to maybe make some big changes on the offensive end just to get everybody settled in, like you said.
Coach O'Malley, after the timeout that he used, does have a smile on his face to get his girls kind of settled in, try to find some space inside this zone. They want to work it underneath, and it's stolen away, but then Hansen is never able to necessarily pick it up. She loses it out of bounds and will give it right back to the Eagles. As we mentioned in the pregame show, can't have a letdown in these final two games, again, against lesser competition than what Vermillion has said. And now a 5-second call. We've had more turnovers now at 7 in the ball game than we have seen points at 5. Again, in Irene High School, gymnasium done actually coming up on its 3rd year anniversary. First time I have been here, last time the Vermillion girls played here, the boys also played against Flandreau. 3 from Hansen, knocks it down. Casey Hansen eating a Subway the other night. Don't know if she had a Subway. I saw some of the team players eating Jimmy John's, though, earlier. Maybe it's the Jimmy John's power. And another turnover for the Eagles. Jensen drives down to block, high off the glass, and gets it to go. Brooke Jensen now 4 points. 9-1, 4:37 first quarter. So after the timeout, Vermillion quickly on a 5-0 spurt and lead it by 8. Almost a turnover there by Orr. She might have taken 3 steps to the corner, and it's a 3-pointer that's well off the mark, but went straight to Melman, and she has her shot deflected away from behind as Janaea Cleveland got in there defensively. Speaking of Janaea, she's down to the block, goes up through contact, can't get the shot to fall, but she will head to the free throw line to shoot 2. It's the first foul on the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. The foul will also be called against Quinn McDonald, picking up her first of the evening. Again, Janaea, first free throw is up and good. Second free throw upcoming, and now Vermillion on an 8-0 run. Second free throw, good, make it a 9-0 run with 4 different scores so far for the Tanagers as well, leading it now 11-1. And Coach Brooks will head to the bench for his first time this evening. A pass deflected by Janaea Cleveland, finally picked up by Marshall. Work it to the near side with Langstad, get it underneath to Masson Orr, and Orr just, it's not her foot, dribbles it off her knee this time and goes out of bounds. She hasn't been able to get settled yet in this game. Claire Doty, Roovers, and Ragnaris will all check in to the ball game. No, excuse me, Chandler Cleveland comes in. Livy Ragnaris has yet to come in. 11-1, 3:48 first quarter. Hansen, jumper at the free throw line, good. Casey Hansen, 5 points. Gonna be watching Casey Hansen here over these next couple of games as well. She's on the cusp of averaging double digits after she got off to a slow start this season. Drive and a foul called. Of course, Casey Hansen along with Brooke Jensen, the 2 Tanagers last year that both averaged double digits throughout the season. And Casey just kind of struggled to get things going to the beginning of this season. Brooke Jensen got off to that extremely hot start, but as of late, Hansen has been able to hit some big shots when her team has needed her the most. Free throw is good, so Marshall's now 2 of 3 from the charity stripe. 13-2. That also ends an 11-0 run that Vermillion was on. 3:33 first quarter. Second free throw. This one is good for Marshall. Right there at the free throw percentage for the Eagles. Again, shooting 75 coming into this game. They're now 3 of 4 for 75%. Still have the quick math part of my brain. Hansen at the elbow, jumper for her. This one hits off the heel of the iron, rebounded by Orr, and then a reach-in foul that will go against the Tanagers. The Tanagers will pick up, nope, that is third team foul. It'll be the first one against Claire Doty. So Doty with the foul, Leah Herbster with the foul, and Brooke Jensen with a foul as well. 13-3, 3:15, first quarter. The Eagles in the backcourt, still in the backcourt. They got 2 seconds. One, they got to pass it up, and it's going to be a 10-second call. Turnover.
Timeout, Irene-Wakonda.
Wow. Coach O'Malley gets the timeout just in time. So already uses his second 30. So all he has is 3 fulls remaining a part of the ball game. Thank you, Cole, for that correction. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance. Well, why choose Farmers Union? Well, they value what's important to you and your way of life. Whether you're a driver, homeowner, farmer, or business owner, let them show you how they can provide the protection you need. You can also find out more at farmersunioninsurance.com. Also celebrated senior night on Tuesday evening. It was great to catch up with all 7 seniors. A part of the broadcast here had the girls in the pregame show, and then the boys after that close defeat against Dakota Valley. All 4 of them joined us, and it was great to even hear from Ty Hertz, who has not been able to play this season due to an ACL injury. Another turnover. Jensen picks up her dribble, loses it for a moment. Marshall picks it up. Ruvers is chasing Marshall down, trying to reach in. Marshall misses it anyways, and here comes Vermillion quickly the opposite way with speed. Ruvers over to Hansen, catch and shoot 3. This one rattles through. Hit off the left of the iron, then hit right, and then came squirting back down and in. Hansen hits her second 3 of the ball game. Vermillion up by 13, and Orr is going to attack Jensen, and Brooke Jensen now picks up her second foul, and more free throws upcoming for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. So again, Jensen with 2 personal fouls, 4 points here in the ball game. The Irene-Wakonda Eagles have yet to hit a field goal tonight. In fact, all 4 of their points have come right there from the charity stripe as Orr hits the first. And now Jensen and Hansen will come out. Leah Herbster and Regneris will come into the game. 16-4, 2:28 first quarter. Second free throw. This one is also good for Orr. So again, all 5 points for the Eagles so far have been from the free throw line. Vermillion up by 11. Ruvers over to Claire Doty as Vermillion running a little bit of their second platoon at the moment. Leah Herbster, the only starter out there as of right now. Of course, Regneris started this season. Now she double dribbles as he tried to get off to Chandler Cleveland, who has been held virtually quiet so far this evening. Chandler Cleveland averaging 7 points so far, but again, have not called her name yet much. A pass that's going to eventually be tipped by Doty, stolen away by Ruvers, and another turnover, the 9th turnover already for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Cleveland the drive, and it's going to be a foul before the shot, as there was contact made. The foul called against the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, and Emma Marshall, her first personal. Livy Regneris to inbound with 2:01 remaining here in this first quarter. Cleveland three-pointer, too strong. Tip back out though to Doty, and they'll reset with Livy Regneris. Back to Ruvers, now to the other R of Regneris. Leah Herbster deep to Ruvers, over to Claire Doty. She'll step beyond the three-point line but won't shoot. Now Chandler Cleveland as they try to break down the zone defense of the Eagles. Inside the lane, it's Cleveland. Back out to Ruvers, to Doty. She'll shoot the 3. This one off the heel of the iron, rebounded by Marshall, and then Regneris reached in and poked it away. Stay with the Eagles. 16-5, 91 seconds remaining first quarter. Vermillion has control throughout. Again, the Irene-Wakonda Eagles have yet to hit a field goal here in this first quarter. And the backcourt finally across the timeline with Marshall to Orr. Orr will just take the jumper and knocks it down. Orr has 4 points in the ball game. She averages 9 this season. 16-7. The drive, the kick. Livy thought about shooting the 3. Now they get it over to Claire Doty. Leah Herbster along the baseline. Back to Doty. Switch it over to Ruvers. Back to the top with Cleveland. 17 seconds on the shot clock, and now we're going to get a foul call against the Eagles as some body contact trying to break up a screen, and it's going to be the second one that's called against Emma Marshall. She's a key contributor, averaging 15 points a game for the Eagles, but she's going to have to come out, and making way will be Thompson into the ball game. It's also a fresh shot clock for the Vermillion Tanagers. Doty to Chandler Cleveland, the high dribble back out to Leah Herbster, straight away, 3 for her, bang! Leah Herbster, her 4th 3 of this season from straight away downtown, 19-7, 38 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Well, Leah hasn't been able to find much room underneath and inside, but she can certainly step out. That's one thing she worked on during this summer playing in the summer leagues. Roovers will dribble out, will reset the offense, and the Tanagers will take the last second shot, leading it by 12. The Tanagers have hit 3 threes in this opening period. It's still with Roovers. Herbster will try to lay down a screen. Now back to Herbster. Over to Cleveland with 4 seconds. Cleveland down the block, back to the corner. Ragnaris three-pointer gets it to go! Livy Ragnaris hits the 3-ball. Vermillion Tanagers, 6 different scores, 4 3-pointers, and they lead it big after quarter number 1, 22-7. Cole, it was a shaky first 90 seconds, but from there, it really opened up for the Vermillion girls.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned it, and we were all kind of thinking it, oh no, another slow start for the Tanagers in that first quarter, and then in this latter half, it just seemed like all their shooting started to heat up, and they couldn't miss from downtown, and a really good offensive quarter, and this is exactly what this Vermillion team needs to do against this Eagles squad, is they just need to kind of take over offensively, give themselves a bunch of chances, and just, if they got an open shot, take it, because it's probably got a really good chance of going in.
You mentioned the zone defense, the Eagles trying to take away things underneath, which, yes, they have done that, but again, Vermillion has really hit the 3-ball well so far. Again, 4 threes in quarter number 1, and Vermillion getting it done as well. 6 different girls to score in the first quarter, led in way by Casey Hansen, who hit 2 of those 4 threes for 8 points. And Vermillion already opening up 22-7 as we enter the second quarter. And by the way, we only saw 1 field goal by the Eagles. And now another quick whistle, and it will go against Brooke Jensen. So that's the one downside for the Vermillion Tanagers, is Brooke Jensen has now picked up her 3rd 4 team fouls, and she immediately has to come out of the game. Not necessarily the house that her grandpa built. Again, that was in Wakanda that facility rededicated. Of course, we got to see Jake Jensen get his first ever start for the Vermillion boys in that facility on the rededication right before Christmas 4 years ago. Very, very special night that was. But again, the gym got redone 3 years ago, and it's a beautiful facility here at Irene High School. Casey Hansen down to Cleveland, who was open. Chandler Cleveland came in for Brooke Jensen, and now she's the 7th different scorer for the Vermillion Tanagers. Well, if you were worried about a letdown, Vermillion seems to be taking care of business immediately. Heaving up a 3, it was tipped on its way through, trying to get it back into play, just forcing something in the lane. Takes another deflection, will go out of bounds. It will stay with the Eagles, who have seemed to get lucky with deflections so far tonight. Have controlled possession a lot off of the out-of-bounds deflections. Inside, another shot blocked away by Leah Herbster. As that time trying to go up with a shot was Caitlin, and Leah just to knock it away. Ball loose. It's tipped back out, though, by Caitlin. And the Eagles control. Pass. This one takes deflection. Finally, Vermillion forces the turnover. Hansen, last-second dish to Voss, but it was a pass telegraph. Deflected. Vermillion, though, will keep possession. Janaea Cleveland will now shoot the 3. Watch out! You can't stop them now. Vermillion hits their 5th 3 of the ball game. Janaea Cleveland, 5 points. 27-7, 6:42 second quarter. Another turnover. Janaea Cleveland, the 3-on-0. Cleveland, last second chasing it down, or was going to put everything at it. knocks it out of bounds, but draws contact, and Cleveland will head to the free throw line. Madison Orr picks up her first personal. And Cleveland will be shooting free throws once again. (27-7). Free throw is up, and this one is good. Janaea Cleveland now 6 points in the ball game. 28-7. Yes, Cole. Oh, you're just giving me thumbs up. It doesn't get much better than this.
I don't have a whole lot to say. I mean, other than that shaky start in the first half of that first quarter, Vermillion starting to light it up. And
what shaky start? I don't even remember it anymore.
That is a good point. It was a long time ago.
29-7. Again, the Eagles have just hit one field goal so far here in the ball game as they just try to find some offense underneath the Orr, but Leah Herbster came in last second. Looked like she got a piece of it just slightly, but another telegraph pass to Voss. Cleveland knocks it loose for a moment. Now Quinn McDonald finally picks it up. Want to get a bounce pass? No. Chandler Cleveland steals it away. Trying to hustle down Cleveland. The one-on-one turnaround gets it. Chandler Cleveland, 4 points in this second quarter. All her points in this quarter, 31-7. 30-point rule takes effect after the first half. McDonald, jumper off the mark, rebounded by Casey Hansen. Janaea Cleveland quickly directing traffic to Leah Herbster to Voss. Now Voss will take the jumper just inside the perimeter, off the mark, rebounded by the Eagles. And the Eagles have a good basketball team as well, but you talk about the O'Malley girls have left such a big hole that the Eagles have now had to figure out into this season, and playing within a tough region as well. Of Region 4B, having some of the top-ranked teams, including Centerville and Viborg Hurley. It can be difficult. Hansen, the corner three, leaves it short. Going to get back her own rebound, though. Hansen, kick back out to Voss, to Leah Herbster. The jumper, this one is off the mark. Cleveland came in, knocked it out of bounds. It will be Eagle basketball. John Brooks going and giving instructions to his bench right now. And of course, this has to be a little tough as well for Brooke Jensen, as we mentioned. Ron Flynn, longtime great coach for Wakanda. There's a reason why his name hangs in the rafters there at the Wakanda gym. But just not being able to really play here tonight against the Irene-Wakonda Eagles with 3 flat fouls. She'll get in the basketball game yet tonight. Stepping out of bounds, McDonald, as she collected the basketball. 31-7, kind of interesting as well. The Eagles has a black baseline, but they have a second line that is an indication of where the court actually is. And there's just a small gap that separates out of bounds from the perimeter of the court, if you will. Janaea Cleveland to Casey Hansen. Casey back over to Brooklyn Voss. Pump fake, the drive, off the glass and easily with the right hand. Voss now has 4 points in the ball game. 33-7, 4-10, second quarter. Caitlin tried to make the pass over to Thompson, stolen away by Vermillion once again. Turnover number 16 of the ball game for the Eagles. Cleveland just directing traffic once again. Work it with Casey Hansen. Back to now Janaea. Janaea holds it melon high. Voss puts down the right-handed dribble back to Chandler, to her twin sister Janaea. Down inside the lane to Casey. She went through contact, gets back her own rebound, back up. And with that, Casey Hansen, the first Tanager tonight to hit double figures. She has 10 points. 35-7, 3:30 second quarter. And now another steal away. Janaea Cleveland, 4-on-1. And Coach Brooks says, hey, I want to get some substitutions out. That's all this timeout is about here at the moment. Again, gymnastics participating today. Now, Vermillion did not participate on the team side, but individuals coming up today. We will have updates for you out there on the Vermillion Boosters Facebook page and also their Twitter page. So make sure if you have not followed the Vermillion Boosters on Twitter, make sure you give them a follow. And if you have them on Facebook or if you haven't liked their page yet and followed along, make sure you do so. So I see Cole Larsh is pulling up his Twitter page here at the moment. Oh, you're already following them. Yeah, there you go, that a baby. 35-7.
As of this morning.
There you go. There might have been a little confusion over the past couple of days whether the Twitter page actually worked or not. I think there might have been some privacy settings that it worked for some, not others. Jensen, by the way, is back in the basketball game, and as soon as she gets the basketball, she is fouled. It is now the 5th team foul against the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. The foul, by the way, comes against McDonald, picking up her 2nd personal. Livy Regneris gets it to Claire Doty. Now to Jensen. She'll shoot the deep 3 off the front of the iron. Back to Doty. Back to Jensen on the handoff. Jensen underneath. Strong. Misses Cleveland. But finally, Brooke Jensen just flashing all the way around offensively. And Vermillion now up by 30. 37-7. Well, if we were worried about a letdown, certainly don't see it. Again, we'll have a running clock. Travel. Another turnover. Running clock throughout the entire 2nd quarter. But Cole, nothing against the Eagles. Of course, love the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, but for Vermillion, this has to feel good with what you're capable of doing.
Yeah, both on the offense and defensive end, as Irene-Wakonda has not yet scored here in the 2nd quarter, so really good defense and offense, for that matter, by the Vermillion Tanagers.
Claire Doty has it tied up. Jump ball call. Possession arrow does favor Vermillion. Again, this is a good Irene-Wakonda Eagles team, a very young team as well. They're starting 5, 3 sophomores and 2 juniors. In fact, when you look at their varsity squad, seniors, 0. Missed 3-pointer, offensive rebound. Jensen missed on the easy putback. And the Eagles quickly storm into the front court. Now Caitlin will shoot the jumper, knocks it down. 2nd field goal of the ball game. Caitlin Melman gets her 1st points as well, 37-9. So that wipes away the running clock at the moment for the 2nd half. Leah Herbster straight away, 3-pointer again off the front, but it's rebounded by Claire Doty to Brooke Jensen. She'll make her drive underneath. Leah goes up strong. Leah has 5 points in the ball game. 39-9, 150 2nd quarter. By the way, speaking of gymnastics, don't forget the wrestling team, which was in action last night here on Vermillion Tanagers Live, will be qualifying for state and the region tournament coming up next Friday. We'll have more details on that a little bit later on here in the broadcast on what will be happening next Friday. Leah Herbst with a drive in, strong off the glass, got the lucky bounce though. She has 7 points. 41-9. 1:15 2nd quarter. As it's McDonald, work it to Caitlin. Now work it to Thompson. Thompson the drive, too strong off the glass. Caitlin trying to fight for it back. Couple off of fingers there. They say last touch by Vermillion. Voss will come back in and Leah Herbster will get a breather. Good to catch up with David as well. I asked him the question about Leah, but she made the statement, could Mr. Herbster still dunk? He said, at the age of 51 I could, which Leah said. He said, since his 2 meniscus surgeries, he hasn't tried it since, so we're going to go with yes, he still can at the age of 51. Getting close to his birthday coming up next month. Ruvers drives in. Ruvers gets her first 2 points. Vermillion now 8 different scorers here on the evening. In fact, when you look at the main players, Claire Doty, the only starter, or I should say main 9, yet to score. 43-11. 29 seconds. Pick up dribble back out to McDonald. McDonald trying to get some space. Now with Emma Marshall. Marshall picks up her dribble to McDonald. McDonald trying to get a little bit of space. 3 seconds on the shot clock as they forced it in the lane. A foul is called that will go against the Vermillion Tanagers. The Tanagers will pick up their 5th. Coach Brooks says just relax, calm down. The foul will be called against Voss as well, so Brooklyn picks up her first personal. Quickly inbound to Orr, and Orr goes immediately up. Madison Orr, 6 points in the ball game. 43-13, 6 seconds. Ruvers trying to direct traffic. Ruvers attacks. Her shot hammered as she went up. Coach O'Malley says, hey, got to play defensively. Can't let Mighty Mouse attack that easily. And Roovers will shoot 2 free throws to end this first half with 2.6. First free throw is up and Taylor misses. Again, she has 2 points in the ball game. Second free throw. She takes a deep breath, throws it on up there and gets it to go. 3 points for her in this second quarter. 44-13. Eagles will not have a last-second shot. Dominating after the first 90 seconds. Those were interesting, and from there, well, it hasn't been too interesting with Vermillion on top. And in fact, we will see a running clock. After quarter number 1, it was 22-7. Vermillion puts up another 22 points in this second quarter. And again, hold the Eagles to just 6 and lead it 44-13 as we head to halftime. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Kristen & Company. Treat Kristen's Closet like your own. Enjoy your refreshments while shopping and relaxing with your gal pals. Book your private shopping event or find out more by visiting them on Facebook. You'll receive host rewards for inviting your friends as well. Got some youth cheerleaders out there on the court right now as they're going to entertain the Vermillion and Irene-Wakonda Eagle fans. We're going to step aside. When we come back for halftime, we'll have your first half scoring. That is on the way next on Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Let's be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank & Trust understands this rural reality. They're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank & Trust. Real banking, real easy.
Cole Larsh said we couldn't skip the Michael Jackson. 44-13. As we are at halftime right now, Vermillion puts up 22 points there in the first quarter. They add a second 22 points in the second, and we will see a running clock as we begin the second half. In fact, we'll have a running clock throughout in this doubleheader for this evening right here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV. Quick little update. With the 1 minute remaining in that first quarter, T-Area leads over Lennox 11-6. we watch that score because it is going to be interesting when it comes to the region standings and what is all going to be coming up here in the next couple of weeks. Again, Vermillion has already locked up the #1 spot in the region, and it's already guaranteed they're going to play Parker to not only end the season, but the first round of the region playoffs. What that second team is going to be very, very interesting, as all of a sudden, with the final 8 seconds ticking down, T-Area now leads it 16-8 over Lennox. Vasika blowing into the front court, lays it off the glass and good for 2. 18-8 after quarter number 1. Again, Vermillion is going to want to avoid the Titans. Big shout to Johnny Kirchner and the Lennox Orioles as they are new join to Live Ticket TV just this past December. All right, first half scoring, as we'll keep you up to date on that score. Vermillion has 8 of their 9 main girls, if you will, score, led in way by Casey Hansen, who had 10 points, 7 points apiece for Janaea Cleveland and Leah Herbster, 6 points for Brooke Jensen, 4 points for Brooklyn Voss and Chandler Cleveland, 3 points apiece for Livy Ragnaris and Taylor Roofers. Again, Claire Doty, the only one not to score yet this evening. Madison Orr leads the way with 6 points for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, 3 points for Emma Marshall, and Caitlin Melman has 2 points for the Eagles when taking a look at the first half scoring. Cole, we talked about a letdown. We take care of business in that first quarter.
Absolutely, and this is just about exactly what you need to do here in games like these, especially once the season winds down and looking at the remaining schedule for the Vermillion Tanagers. This game, then next is Parker.
Yep.
Then Parker again, assuming, well, that's what it's going to be no matter what. I believe so.
Yep.
I was going to say barring a miracle, but I think it's past the point for a miracle, so it's exactly what you need to do. You need to come in, be very dominant on the defensive end, on the offensive end, pick apart any single gap you can see in the defense and score, and because that's what good teams do, and that's what you see good teams do down the stretch against maybe these lesser teams, you might call them, or teams that maybe aren't on the up and up so far this season. Is you got to get in there, take care of business early, and then get some reserves in there and maybe get them some experience come playoff time.
Vermillion plays tonight as they're going to get ready for the second half, and then coming up next Friday, so they have a full week off of practice before they play their next game to wrap up the regular season against the Parker Pheasants in Parker. And then, as we mentioned, that following Tuesday, we'll play at home for the region playoffs to take on Parker as well. A Parker team that has won just 2 games so far this season. A team that made the jump up to Class A a couple of years ago and just hasn't necessarily been ready for how tough of a region they jumped into as well with that Region 4. 44-13 right now at halftime. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, it's the second half between Vermillion and Irene-Wakonda. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
As the dawn rises on the second half, we are almost set and ready to go between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Great to have you along here on Live Ticket TV, your new home for Vermillion athletics, including having wrestling last night. Tough night for the boys in wrestling. I had a few last-second scratches as they celebrated senior night and could not find themselves a victory. But it's great to have Cole Larsh helping out with the production. Also, Jared Olson from the Beersford Watchdogs, a member of the Live Ticket TV family, helped us out and got us a little bit more breakdown on some more wrestling last night. So it's good to have him a part of the broadcast as well. And, of course, basketball that is also going on this season. We'll keep you up to date on wrestling coming up next Friday when we're in Parker for basketball, as the wrestling team will wrap up region and find out who the state qualifiers are. Gary Culver will join us during the broadcast of that coming up next Friday. Vermillion gets a quick turnover against the Irene-Wakonda Eagles as they now commit their 23rd turnover of the basketball game. Now this is going to be a running clock throughout. Casey Hansen shoots the three. Cole, explain to me and everyone else out there, what does this running clock rule mean?
So if a team is up by 30 or more points after halftime, the clock will run and only stop for timeouts and shooting fouls once they get to the free throw line. The running clock rule will stop going into effect if the team that is down gets it to within 20 points. But then if they get it back up to 30 point, the margin there, then it'll just resume once again.
44-13. We played 60 seconds, and again, have not seen that clock stop once. We would have seen it stop already twice, but it's just going to make it quick. And usually these second halves, when they get like this, take about 18 minutes or so. Three-pointer off the mark. Now, that being said, you still don't want to see a let-up if you're the Vermillion girls, especially with their starting five out there. You want to take care of business and just continue to build momentum as they get closer to the postseason. Of course, now for the Vermillion boys, they have a few more games, including Valentine's Day. My Valentine will be Jay Drake once again this year. Drive-in shot missed by Emma Marshall. Jay and I have now spent the last 3 Valentine's Days together. He said that he was going to get me a Wagner victory. I'm going to hold him to that. Maybe I might get him a box of chocolates. 44-13. So mentioned, a shooting foul. Clock continues to run before we have that stoppage. Don't give me that look, Cole. You're not going to be with me on Valentine's Day. First free throw is good for Brooke Jensen. You literally did not want to be with me.
Yeah, sometimes we just need a break.
You wanted to go on a date with your girlfriend and said, could you have that night off?
Sure. I mean, yeah.
Second free throw is good for Brooke Jensen, 46-13. She has 8 points in the ball game. It's controlled along the far side as they try to get it underneath. Will go out of bounds. Again, keeping a score, eyes updated on that T area Lennox game as well. 27-18 right now. The Titans up by 9. Now, something else is going to be interesting to see. I don't know if Carly Kuiper is back in for the Lennox Orioles. She went down the other week with a high ankle injury. Leah Herbst underneath gets 2 points. She now has 9 in the ball game. 48-13. It's a 35-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers. Already 5:15 mark of this third, and a turnover for the Eagles. Quickly up to Brooke Jensen. Jensen will drive in off the glass, and Brooke Jensen, after picking up 3 fouls early into that second quarter when she picked up her third, now hits double figures with 10 points here on the evening. That's got to feel good after she spent a lot of that second quarter on the bench. 50-13, the drive in and a whistle called. 2 free throws upcoming. The free throws will be by Emma Marshall. The foul is against Brooklyn Voss, her second first team foul. Marshall, who had 3 points in that first half, hits the first free throw. In fact, she's gotten all 4 of her points so far this evening from the charity stripe. Hansen Voss Herbster, Jensen, and Cleveland will all check out. Vermillion will now bring in their backups, if you will, including Barta, who will also be that fifth girl. Again, Vermillion usually runs 4 deep off the bench anyways, now that Livia Regneris is back. So a let-up offensively, we shouldn't expect any. Livia Regneris to Claire Doty, now over to Barta. Kicks it to Roovers. Roovers the drive. Back out. Cleveland the three-pointer. This one is off the mark. Fight for the rebound. Barta almost was able to reach in there and get it. 50-15. 4-12. Third quarter. This pass goes underneath. Deflected out of bounds. Great catching up with head coach John Brooks. If you missed it in the pregame show, I want to go back to something he said and bring it up again. What Vermillion girls have done so far this season, 17-1, and as I look down on the bench right now, you get to see this as well. Inspire the next generation. And Coach Brooks gave a shout out as well to his state tournament teams from 6-7 years ago and how these girls were in pictures with those girls at the state tournament and how it inspired this generation. And we see where they're at now and how these girls are inspiring the next generation. As Roovers drives in and puts up the jumper, she has 5 points in the ball game. We also see that with Coach Brooks' daughter, who is on the sideline. She's been on the bench this entire season, helping out with the team. And he mentioned that these girls are meaning so much, that younger generation, in just building through the future and building such a dynamic program. It makes it very, very exciting that this Vermillion girls basketball team just doesn't seem to have a year where things go wrong. They're always competing hard and always putting up impressive wins. Of course, you look back to this team last year, only graduating 1 senior. They finished in the SODAC 16, losing against eventual state tournament winner St. Thomas More, but finished their season 17-6. And just, it's been meaning so much to what they have done for this younger generation. Doty gets the rebound off of her butt after it was a miss by Madison Orr. Orr had a smile there and thought that was kind of impressive from Doty. But going back to that, Cole Larsh, when you're able to inspire younger generations, you start to be at that 4th and 5th grade level and say, hey, I want to be just like this person or that girl out there in the court. One day I hope I can get there. And it makes it extremely exciting for years to come.
Absolutely, and that's almost half the battle when you come out and play these games, is not only to win and try and be successful, but to inspire younger generations. And it's maybe not the case at a bigger school like Vermillion, but you look at these maybe smaller schools like where I came from, MVP, is if you play on one of the sports team, every time you walked in the elementary hallway, everybody was asking you how are you doing. Almost they looked up to you in a way. And it's just really cool to see inspiring these younger generations to maybe go out for a sport that maybe they wouldn't have if they haven't seen this.
And even Coach John Brooks is going to start to call off even more of his dogs right now, as he's going to get all the girls in who dress for this evening. A foul call that will go against Claire Doty, picking up now her second team foul as well. 1:15 remaining in this third quarter. So every girl that dresses for tonight will get their chance to play, as a round of applause goes up from the Vermillion faithful on hand. Again, plenty of red and black here in the stands for this evening. It's going to be exciting to see. The second team, a JV team that also found a win earlier. Three-pointer from McDonald is off the mark. Fight for the rebound. Wallen tried to come up with it, was unsuccessful, and the Eagles will recycle. Tracy playing the tough defense. Now kick it out. McDonald at the elbow in the block. Just forces up a shot. Misses. Fight for the rebound once again. And a jump ball is called. Possession arrow favors the Eagles. Reset the shot clock. Now under 30 seconds already left to go before the end of the third. Inbound. It's at the corner. Back to the top. They work it with now Quinn. Quinn over to Orr. Orr step back, forces it up with her left hand. This one's off the mark and rebounded by Halverson. Halverson with 8 seconds across the IW logo. Halverson, the drive in off the glass. Can't get the fall. Offensive rebound. Shot was deflected away. And that will end quarter number 3. And after 3, it's 52-17 as we head to the fourth quarter. That comes up here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV. (52-17) as we start the fourth quarter. And for Vermillion, we're going to finish this one out with the JV squad. Good to see from head coach John Brooks to let these girls get some playing time for varsity action. As it's controlled with Caitlin Tracy. Work it over to the wing. Now what Baylor makes her drive back to Tracy. Over to the right side with Richardson. Want to go underneath, fight for the ball. It's loose. Picked up by the Eagles. Vermillion Tanagers up by 35. The drive off the glass and good for 2. Picking up the points there. Emma Marshall. In fact, her first field goal of the night. She now has 7 points here this evening. Richardson has it along the near side. Back to the top. Halverson. Now to Tracy. Tracy back underneath to now Richardson. Richardson goes up and gets the 2 points. Mackenzie Richardson. Just 4 points for her so far this varsity season. 54-19, 7:02 fourth quarter. 3 for Marshall. This one is off the mark and it will be rebounded by Richardson. 54-19, 6:52 fourth quarter. With Richardson. Get it back to the top with Tracy. Now Halverson. Around the perimeter from side to side. The Vermillion Tanagers work it with the second team out there on the court. Wallen pump fakes one way, goes the opposite, but McDonald deflects it away. 54-19, 6:23 drive in off the glass and good for 2 for McDonald. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. That's Marshall. I apologize. Holding on to it now. Wallen. Get it back to the top with Baylor. Over to Tracy along the near wing. Come on, second team. Get some points here. Square up, shoot the 3. Oh, leaves it just a little short and will go out of bounds. Gotta put a little bit more oomph on that one for Wallen. Or, as I always like to say, Coach, I'm zoning in. You gotta miss the first one, then you know where everything is at. Gotta get your depth perception in.
Did you say that after you went 0 for 8?
Yes. Actually, usually 0 for 4, and then I just got pulled out, and that was the end of that conversation. The next game, it was Heath never shoot a 3. All right. Yes, sir, Coach. Drive in, and a foul is called, and we'll be seeing free throws coming. Again, running clock throughout this entire second half. The foul that will be called against Wallen, picking up her first personal, and we'll see free throws. First free throw is up, and this one is good. Now, the Irene-Wakonda Eagles on the opposite side haven't really brought out their second team, as I say that, starting to do so now. As Coach O'Malley just kind of giving his starters a little bit more time to play out there. And I'll just see a little bit more JV action. Now, the JV girls ran behind earlier, just like I should say, started a little bit later than the boys, and boys moved along quickly tonight. I want to say it threw off our broadcast. We have plenty to talk about in the pregame show. 54-23, there as Thompson is able to hit both of them. What? What are you looking at?
I did not say anything.
Are you saying something about my kind of orange accent of shoes with my red socks?
Did you hear me say anything?
These are my koala socks.
I didn't say anything.
I thought you liked my koala socks.
I never said anything about your koala socks. Just about swore there.
Barta is fouled and will head to the free throw line. Yes, I get it. Orange and red doesn't necessarily look the best, but They're my koala socks.
I didn't say anything about them.
Bardo will shoot the first free throw. This one is off the mark.
I'm impressed you aren't wearing either dress shoes or boots or something.
Well, these go good with my golf pants. I would wear this to golf, honest. I would wear this entire outfit to golf during the summer. I'm not going to lie. Second free throw, this one is good, especially if I'm on a USD outing. I blend right in with all the coyotes.
You wear pants during the summer when you golf?
Depends. Sometimes. Depends on how I'm feeling. Depends on what time I tee off at. If I tee off before 10, yes, I wear pants. If I tee off afternoon, I'll wear shorts.
Unreal.
Did you always wear shorts when you golfed?
Oh, 99% of the time, unless it's like March 31st when we're first starting golf practice, because, smaller schools, Class B schools, golf in the spring.
Halverson whips it away quickly to get down to Richardson. Good! Mackenzie Richardson, 4 points here in the ball game for her. 56-23, 3:40 fourth quarter. It's on the wing, trying to get some space to drive, lost the basketball. Was Emma Logue there. Barda underneath, off the glass, good for two. Madigan Wallen has her first 2 points here of the evening. She is now the 10th different Tanager to score, the 11th different Tanager to score here on the evening. 58-23. In fact, looking up at the scoreboard, Vermillion they didn't change their starters on the scoreboard. They still have the starters out there. Barda to the elbow, the jumper, took a deflection on its way through, saved it there. Nice job by Wallen as she put to the corner. Halverson is able to go pick it up. Barda as they get it back to Baylor with 8 seconds on the shot clock. Back down underneath. Halverson, good for two. Maya Halverson, her first points of the evening. 60-23. 2:38 fourth quarter. Along the wing, kick back to the top. Logue has it. They'll go to that right side now with Gerard. Back to the top, three-pointer. Off the side of the iron, loose basketball. Almost picked up there by Baylor, but saving it for the Eagles. Reaching in that time was Peterson. Now the drive by Owen. Shelby picks up her dribble. Fight for it. Loose basketball. It's over in the corner. It's going to be saved once again. This time by Richardson. The drive by Halverson. Off the glass and good for two. Maya Halverson, 4 points. And a lot of high fives and hugs as Brooke Jensen about took out Halverson there, giving her a big hug, saying congratulations. Barda is going to come out. So we make another substitution. Tracy back out there for the Vermillion Tanagers. 62-23. 1:42 fourth quarter with 100 seconds remaining. This one has been well in hand. Well, since I guess you could say that first quarter when it was 22-7 after quarter number one. Pick up the dribble and a foul called. We'll reset along the baseline. Don't forget the Vermillion boys are coming up next. We'll catch up with head coach Jay Drake. We were not able to catch up with Coach Lee. So meant to call Coach Lee, and we were not able to coordinate on times. Three-pointer off the mark that time. As Shelby Owen left it just a little short. Was it 30-22 at halftime right now? The T area Titans. No, excuse me, 32-22 at halftime over the Lennox Orioles in girls action. The drive, kick back out. Tracy drives in the lane. Last second pass by Halverson. She went up through contact and is fouled and is heading to the free throw line. 62-23. 37 seconds, and the clock will now stop. Halverson, come on, twinkle her fingers are out. First free throw is good. She's got 5 points for the ball game. Maya Halverson stepping up big. Vermillion again just balanced scoring it throughout. Only two Tanagers, in fact, hit double figures this evening. Halverson hits both. 6 points for her. 64-23. Vermillion in dominating fashion will move to 18-1 on the season. And again, when you talk about Vermillion, their success as a basketball program, especially since head coach John Brooks has taken over, This is his best overall record with the girls basketball team. Now, in conversations, he hasn't admitted it yet to it being his best team. He still has a lot he wants to see from these girls, including making a state tournament. And right now, Vermillion, just worried about making it in the right spot postseason, gets a dominating victory. 64-23 is your final. Quickly looking at it, Casey Hansen finishes with 10 points in the ball game. Brooke Jensen also finishes with 10 points this evening. Leah Herbster finishes with 9. Janaea Cleveland with 7. 4 points apiece for Brooklyn Voss and Chandler Cleveland. 5 points for Roovers. 3 points for Livy Ragnaris. 6 points for Maya Halverson. 4 points for Mackenzie Richardson. Madigan Wallen with 2 points. And a free throw from Barda. Whew, there's your full scoring. 12 different Vermillion girls score on the evening. Again, your final score, 64-23. We're going to step aside. When we come back, it's time for our boys pregame show. That is on the way next here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers!
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Hi.
Back here in Irene, South Dakota, as we get you set for game number 2 of our doubleheader between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Before we catch up with head coach Jay Drake, we take a look back to the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, their boys basketball team coming in right now number 2 out of 9 teams in Region 4B, 8-7 overall. This is a very good Irene-Wakonda Eagles team that has been very familiar to the Vermillion Tanagers over the past few years now, with a lot of these guys that have been coming back year in and year out, or I should just say being sophomores and starting as sophomores, and have just grown ever since. This is a team over their last 4 games have found 3 wins, but they have not gotten yet a signature win so far this season when you look back on it all. Maybe besides Hansen, that 65-57 victory back during the Christmas break. Otherwise, the Eagles did begin their first 4 games 0-4. Now, when they look at Vermillion, this certainly would be a signature win tonight because it is a Class A opponent and a Vermillion team that is extremely hot right now after they went toe-to-toe with the number 1 team in Class A, and this is a Tanagers team that has a very good opportunity to finish their last 5 games 5-0 and get to 10-10 on the season, or I should say 4-0, excuse me, as again play Irene-Wakonda tonight, then 6-9 Wagner on Tuesday, Friday who's against Parker, who is 2-15 overall, and then Canton next Monday, 7-7, which could determine the 6-7 spot in the region. But tonight, the Tanager boys are focused on Irene-Wakonda. I caught up with Coach Drake earlier this morning to talk about where the boys are at and how important these last 4 games are. Here he is on our pregame show. It's head coach Jay Drake of the Vermillion Tanagers. Coach, before we get into this game against Irene-Wakonda and what is potentially out there for your team over these last 5 games, we go back to no such thing as moral victories. I heard from several different players, yeah, it was good to play Dakota Valley tough, but we still lost. We look back to that shot that Trey Hansen took, which I liked him taking the shot because I know as a coach you were saying if you're open, take the shot. It almost went in. I don't think he meant to bank it by any means. But go back to those last 3 minutes, Coach. You have several different opportunities actually to score, and you come down with a whole bunch of empty possessions. When you look back on film, what was the one thing you would change, if you could, on maybe not going down to a last-second shot and having a chance actually to beat DV straight up?
Yeah, first, obviously a heck of an effort by our guys and everything, and to give ourselves a chance. And, my guess is not a lot of people thought we'd be in the basketball game. So to take them right down to the wire, great effort. And in games like that, you got to have kind of a lot of things go your way and go right. And like I said the other night, you have to have them miss a couple of shots too. They shot 42% from the field, which they're a team that's capable of shooting in the 50s every night with the shooters they have. But, we just stopped scoring, and we knew we'd have to make some shots, but I think we tied it. Right after the game, you're so caught up in everything, but then going and watching the film, we tied it at 52 with just over 5 minutes to go. And, you think about that, that's 5 minutes to go in the game. We were at 52. And we finished the game at 54, and our one bucket was Trey hit one with just over a minute to go to cut it to 57-54. Now, we did a good job defensively, but we just – and the thing is, we for the shots that we hit, especially in that third quarter and even early fourth to tie it up, we had some good looks. Zoen had a good look from 3 at 52 all to put us up 3. Just missed it. We had 2 looks with Bryson Skogsberg from 3 when we were down 2 that would have put us up 1. And, if any of those go down, it just makes things interesting. Trey, with about a minute and a half left, we were still down 55-52, had a good look from 3 to tie it. And then, the final possession of the game, it's one of those things. We had a timeout. When they're shooting a free throw up 3, we were actually calling something from the sideline. If Hennis misses the free throw, which he ended up doing, there's so many philosophies and things you can do. Our fear, if we use the timeout there, they still had a foul to give, allowing them to maybe set up some full court pressure, or even maybe go sit in the zone. Do they use the foul? Do they use another one too, being up 3? All those things play into factors, basically. And then the other thing, you have to have Hennis miss the shot, which he did. Trey got the rebound. We were going down. Basically had a play set up. We were going to run, and looking back now, Bruns went for the steal, they called a foul on him, which they had one to give anyway. And then at that point, it kind of breaks things up from what we wanted to do. So that's when we did use the final timeout. And then even with 9 seconds, we knew we wanted to get a quick, clean look. Which I thought we got one with Trey a little bit deeper than we probably wanted. But again, anytime you're under 10 seconds and they're up 3, my fear was if we don't get a quick, clean one, that they might just use a foul, put us at the free throw line, play the free throw game where basically we can't tie it up at the free throw line. We'd have to foul again and all that. So we went for a quick, clean one, a little deep, and yet it dang near banked in there. So gave ourselves a shot, all you can ask for, and heck of an effort by our guys.
I still love the deep 3, even if it's not where maybe you would want it at. As you mentioned, bank wasn't quite open, but he sure threw it up there and gave your team a chance. As we said, it's a moral victory, but it doesn't go in the win column. And how was practice then after that game, going into Wednesday, Thursday, knowing that your team can now go on a 5-0 run? Do you think that moral victory, if you will, that nice momentum from that game carried over into practice?
Yeah, I thought we've had two good days of practice. Again, this time of year, a lot of it is the mental approach to things. And you know, what we're hoping, obviously, is that as a program and as a team, and that even our individuals on the team, you're hoping you look back and even a couple weeks down the road, tonight, and even, it sounds crazy, but years down the road as well, you're hoping you look back and say, hey, there was a huge turning point in that Dakota Valley game back on February 7th, 2023, or whatever the case is. As, you know, it felt like during the game, we had guys, young kids, our guys, kind of growing up before our eyes in a game like that. So with that said, you got to carry it over, right? The other thing I always say is in high school sports, doesn't matter what the sport is, you just never know on a given night. And when I say that, you know, I think the other night's a perfect example. When you have a team that's won 40-some straight and the defending state champs undefeated, and obviously we've taken our bumps at times this year, and against some of the better Class A teams, kind of been worn down and struggled, and as games go on, kind of find ourselves in a deep hole. And to the other night, to basically go down to the wire with them, it just shows anything can happen. So our guys now, you know, a big thing, we reminded them in 2015, we had a group that ended up a little right around 500, but at the end of January, we went to Del Rapids, who was 13-0 at the time and ranked number 1 in Class A, and we knocked them off at their place. And that was their only DAC-12 loss that year. We turned around the following Tuesday, and we lost at Beersford, and Beersford was in the DAC-12 at that time, and that was Beersford's only win in the DAC-12 that year. So it just shows you that if you're not mentally focused, ready to go from game to game, hopefully we can carry some of that momentum and learn some things, but yet if we're not ready to go tonight, we'll be in for a long night.
I think what you're telling me is the famous movie On Any Given Sunday, if you will, anything can happen. So, okay, let's bring it back to then tonight. We get ready for Irene-Wakonda. A schedule changes through over the years. You used to play maybe a few more Class B teams, haven't seen as many. This is an Irene-Wakonda team that is, well, number 2 right now in Region 4B, just above 500, 8-7 overall. I look at the roster, it seems like you played against every single one of these guys last year. What can you tell us about the Eagles, and what should we expect from Irene-Wakonda?
Yeah, they're a solid basketball team, and like you said, we've seen these guys over the last few years. Excited to go see. You know, I know they got a new gym here a couple years ago, but we haven't had a chance to play in it yet. So to get a girl-boy doubleheader over there and go to Irene and play in the new one, be fun for our guys. Looking at it on film, it looks like a very nice gym. They're solid. They got 3 starters back with the Libby kid, who's starting for the 2nd year in a row, and then Spurl and Pullman are starting now for the 3rd straight year. They've been starting since they're sophomores. So right there, and then you know, the dangerous part is the big boy, the 7-footer inside, actually plays a lot on the perimeter, but you know, he came off the bench for him last year, so he's got a lot of varsity minutes in the past, starting for him this year. And they'll mix it up, kind of full court, 2-2-1 press, but they'll play some man, but they'll also play some 2-3 zone, and that's caused us problems at times during the season, especially when you put a 7-footer right in the middle of the zone. That adds so much length and to protect the paint, protect the basket. So that's something obviously we're worried about. And like anything, we felt we got off to maybe a sluggish start against Redfield last Saturday, but then for the last 3 quarters really played well with a lot of energy and effort. And same thing obviously for 4 quarters the other night against DV. And we've got to have that same kind of energy, enthusiasm, passion, because the one thing you can't bank on, you just never know. You hope you're shooting the basketball decently, but if you don't, you got to be able to create points other ways and create ways to possibly win whether it's your defense or getting to the free throw line or getting some easy ones in transition. And we'll need some of that tonight to have a chance in the fourth.
Well, as we know, and I guarantee you have also talked to these seniors as well, there is a chance that you could finish off this season 5-0. In looking at it, that last game could determine who plays in the 7 and 6 spot within this Region 4 and, of course, the postseason. Have you pulled the seniors aside in our conversation on Tuesday night? All of them were looking forward to this end of stretch. Have you pulled them aside as individual or maybe as a group and said, hey guys, this is your time to shine, and also your time as a Vermillion basketball player is coming to an end?
Yeah, it's winding down. We probably talked more about it as a team with all of them. And usually what you find every year, and it doesn't matter what the year is, how your team's doing, what your record is, you always seem to find kind of the month of February with your seniors each year just a little bit more urgency from them, which is, natural. And, they're winding their careers down, high school basketball careers at least. Depending on what happens down the road, some of them, if they're lucky enough, will be able to extend that into college. But you see some urgency from them, both not just in games, but also in practices. And like anything, you just hope that rubs off, because the other thing we try to stress is, you can play young kids, but they don't, no matter what you tell them, you don't realize how fast it goes. You can be a freshman here like Trey Hansen, and before you know it, you think you have all these years. You just don't know what will happen in the future, and you got to take advantage of opportunities when they're there. And even though we're sitting here as a 7 seed on February 10th here, we've got some games down the stretch that if we play well, we have a chance to maybe get some of these, and if we can get some of them, we can maybe jump up a position in the region seeding. And all those things we can't handle or take care of, or, we don't control who's going to be on the other side of us come region. But the one thing, if we can move up the standings a little bit in our region, the biggest thing, that means we're playing good basketball. It means we're getting a few wins out there. And for us to get some wins, we're playing well. And that's, again, all you're asking as you come into the end of February is to hopefully be playing your best basketball of the year, and carry that into the postseason when it becomes a one and done. But, I think we've done a nice job these last 2 games, last Saturday and Tuesday night, to at least be heading in the right direction. The big key is we've told our guys we can't take a step backwards right now.
Can take a step backwards. It's all about finishing off 4-0 in these next 4 games. It starts with an 8-7 Irene-Wakonda team coming from Class B. It certainly is an important game tonight for the Vermillion boys. Again, also trying to build off of momentum from Tuesday evening, where they fell just so close to upsetting Dakota Valley 59-54. So again, Vermillion trying to build on that momentum as they head throughout the rest of this season. Now, Cole, help me out here. I missed it for just a moment. Honoring somebody courtside, do we see who that was?
Honoring Irene-Wakonda graduates who graduated from the Consolidated School and are also serving or have served in any branch of the military. And they're promoting I believe it's a plaque or some sort of memorial out in the lobby as well to go with this recognition.
Well, that's really cool to see. Of course, we can't thank our veterans enough for how much they protect the home front each and every day, and all those who have fought throughout their wars. Very cool dedication here at Irene-Wakonda High School. As Mr. King makes his final announcements, they will turn off the lights and we'll get into our starting 5. So let's meet our starting 5 for both the Vermillion Tanagers and the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. We will start with the home team, the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, as we mentioned, coming in 8-7 overall. This is a common 5 that we have seen over the past couple of years for the Eagles that include number 2, Jen Hansen, the 5'7" sophomore guard, number 10, Dashiell Sporrell, the 5'9" senior guard, Miles Pullman, the 6'3" senior forward, number 23, Jake Kuhl, the 7-foot center junior, and number 25, Garrett Libby, the 6-foot senior guard. For the Vermillion Tanagers, as they introduce them right now on the court, it's the same starting 5 that went toe-to-toe with Dakota Valley the other night. Number 23, Zone Robinson, also one of the captains of the team, the 6'1 junior guard. After that, it'll be number 24, Carter Hansen, the 6'2 sophomore guard. Number 32, Wyatt Gestring, the 6'2 senior guard. Number 33, Trey Hansen, the 6'1 freshman guard. And finally, number 52, Carter Skogsberg, the 6-foot senior forward for the Vermillion Tanagers. The Tanagers coached by head coach Jay Drake, along with assistant coaches John Rivers, Lewis Budmeyer, and Papa James Drake. Tanagers come in once again 6-10 overall, 0-5 in Region 4, 1-8 in the DAC-12. Irene-Wakonda, Valentine's Day back home against Wagner. On the road next Friday at Parker, before Monday at home against Canton. Vermillion looking to win these last 4 games and have a chance at moving up into the 6th spot of Region 4. Opponent to still be determined, as there is a lock jam here within this region as well. Cool will step into the Irene-Wakonda Eagle logo along with Carter Skogsberg. The ball is in the air. It is won by Cool, standing at 7 foot tall. One of the biggest big men, if you will, that doesn't play usually underneath. He shoots a lot of threes. They get it underneath. Missed shot. Speaking of Cool, this time he got to underneath, but his shot was blocked away. Back up, and there missed opportunity for the Eagles, as 2 different times Miles Pullman couldn't score for the Eagles. And across the timeline we will go. Can Vermillion continue this hot streak? Robinson, 3-pointer. Yes, sir, is the answer. That looked like Vermillion shooting threes the other night against Dakota Valley. It's quickly 3-0, 7-16 first quarter. Missed 3-pointer, but it's an offensive rebound. Again, 7-footer, Cool shot that 3. He goes in, misses his shot close this time. Carter Hansen with the rebound. The boys in red will press into the front court. Skogsberg over to Hansen. Hansen dribbles back off, hands it to Robinson. Robinson has it poked away. Loose basketball, picked up there by the Eagles. The drive, splits by the double team, leaves it short though, was Hansen. Vermillion with speed, quickly in the front court. From one brother to the other. Over to the sniper. Now it's with Robinson holding it above his head. Trey Hansen kicks it to Carter Skogsberg. Skogsberg to Carter. Carter to Carter, if you will. Carter Hansen now to Robinson. Top of the key, 14 seconds on the shot clock. Robinson, spin, step back, good. The junior has been getting plenty of offers from colleges to play football. Football is his main love, but certainly has stepped up on the basketball court so far this winter. He has all 5 points for the Vermillion Tanagers as they lead. Last second pass, it's poked away for a moment as Coleman gets it back, and then travel they call against Miles Pullman. It'll be Vermillion basketball. Again, this is the first time that head coach Jay Drake and his Vermillion boys have played on this renovated gymnasium floor, and renovated gym, you could say. As a couple of years ago when they played here, when it was officially redone, the Vermillion boys were actually on the road playing against the Flandreau Flyers. 5-0. Carter Hansen across the timeline as he picks up his dribble, try to get underneath to Wyatt Gestring. Wyatt Gestring try to fight for it back, but Hansen quickly in the front court as they try to get down to Pullman, and another travel. And this will be another turnover. Now, Vermillion boys won the JV game earlier 43-20 in dominating fashion. Trying to, again, take care of business just like the girls did. We saw a complete running clock in that second half, which has put us on schedule. This game was set to start at 8 o'clock this evening. But when it comes to basketball, you really never have an official starting time. For the most part, it's just all relevant. Hansen straight away for 3. This one rattles in and out. Loose basketball. Fight for it. Carter Skogsberg, the DWU commit, gets it tied up. Possession arrow will favor the Vermillion Tanagers. By the way, shout out, did not get to this in the girls' game, to Leah Herbster, as she has committed to Simpson College to continue her basketball career. So cool to see for Leah Herbster. The drive by Hansen, fouled, but couldn't get the shot to go. He will head to the free throw line. It's now the second team foul on the Eagles. That's the first that will go against the 7-footer, Jake Kuhl. Hansen will be shooting free throws. Excuse me, the first team foul against the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. First free throw is good for Carter Hansen. His first point of the ball game, and Vermillion quickly leads 6-0. Carter Skogsberg is already going to go back down into the backcourt. Second free throw, this one is off the mark. Really don't fight too much for a rebound here early in this first quarter, especially when you're going up against a 7-footer. He should get a majority of those. Pullman tries to get by the double team, picks up his dribble. They work it to the top, three-pointer. This one's off the heel of the iron, reaching to heaven, pulls down the rebound. Hansen up to the sniper, who stops, back out to Carter Hansen. Deep three for him. This one is off the mark. Basketball loose, trying to pick it up, and finally the Eagles get on top of it, but a timeout was called by Coach Lee. And it will be a 30-second timeout. Cole, I have a question to ask you here in just a moment. Get to that after this, as this broadcast is brought to you by Visit Spearfish. Surrounded by unmatched natural beauty, Spearfish offers something for everyone, old and young. The thrill seekers and those longing for a much-needed reprieve, plan ahead or don't. They're there to help you to get onto the path of unforgettable moments. Cole, why are there 3 three-point lines here in the main gym? Main gym floor, if you will.
Well, the only assumption I can make is high school, women's college, and men's college. But I was unaware they're playing college games here in the Irene-Wakonda Gymnasium, but it also looks like, according to all the other markings, it's definitely a multi-sport gym, not just basketball or volleyball, as there's plenty of other markings.
Pull-up jumper good from Garrett Libby. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to play mini college basketball games here in the Eagles' Nest. Prepare it.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, unless there's, I don't know, unless they got some sort of league in the area where a bunch of college guys get together and play, almost like a rec league, but
I feel like we could just use the high school 3 at that point.
Right.
6-2, so the official answer is I'm not quite for sure. That's what you're telling me.
Well, that's the only thing I can think of is the college lines.
Yep.
Those are the only really ones other than the NBA lines, but they're definitely not playing an NBA game here.
You never know.
That is true.
The Field of Dreams was never meant to have an MLB game there. Straightaway 3 is off the mark. Rebound, though, by Pullman, and the Eagles will reset. It's now Libby. Get it down to Kuhl, and it's going to be a foul as Skogsberg just went over the top of Kuhl. So, of course, Skogsberg will pick up his first personal, and the first team foul as well. 6-2. Young Skogsberg will check in, and White Gestring will come out. Just think, too, the Field of Dreams about a few years ago was supposed to shut down. Didn't have enough money to fund it, and now they're playing MLB baseball games out there.
Yeah, I think that kind of ruined it, in my opinion.
Oh. You ever been to the Field of Dreams?
No.
Kuhl at the corner, the drive. Kick back out to Libby. Libby tries to get some space. 18 seconds on the shot clock. Plenty of time for the Eagles. Pick up dribble, force up the shot. This one off the mark. Fight for the rebound. The Eagles have been pesky on board so far this evening. It hasn't been clean for the Tanagers. Hansen, the deep 3 from him. This one is off the heel and will jump up and hit the shot clock, considered out of bounds, and it will give it back to the Eagles. Again, Vermillion start off 6-0. Been a low-scoring first quarter here after Vermillion hit a 3 right away from Robinson. In fact, Robinson has 5 of the 6 points besides a Carter Hansen free throw. They got for that quick start, but haven't really found much offense since. It's along the corner, back to the top as the Eagles recycle. Now to the near corner, three-pointer. This one rattles out. Offensive rebound, Pullman back up. He's fouled. Count the bucket. And he'll go to the free throw line. to complete the old-fashioned three-point play. Miles Pullman, first points of the ball game as well, 6-4, 254. The foul, by the way, was on Young Skogsberg, picking up his first personal. Second team foul, and the free throw was good there from Pullman. He has 3 points, 6-5, so the Eagles on a modest 5-0 run. Robinson has the backcourt. Hansen splits the double team as he got the pass, and then a reach in from behind that will be called against Garrett Libby, picking up his first personal and the second team foul. 2:43 first quarter. Hansen to inbound right there at the scorer's table. Get it into his brother Trey, who had a chance at a game-time three. Bank wasn't open in Vermillion, South Dakota against the Panthers the other night. Robinson pump fakes, now kicks over to Carter Hansen. Hansen down to Old Skogsberg. He's double teamed, trying to dribble his way out of it. The Hansen boys, they go. Cycle to Young Skogsberg. He'll shoot the three. This one off the mark, and Vermillion just can't get a three here in this first quarter after Robinson opened up the ball game to hit a three straight away. Pump fake one way, step back out, missed shot, offensive rebound, back up, and they're missed by Pullman. And now a timeout from head coach Jay Drake as he has seen enough on the glass. It's been dominated early by the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. And Vermillion offensively has not gotten going. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Northern State University. At Northern State, you'll receive an education that's high quality, affordable, and personalized for you. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe and welcoming community at Northern State University. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by Live Ticket TV, your home for sports in 70-plus schools across the state of South Dakota. Are you ready to advertise today with Live Ticket TV? Well, you can work directly with me, Heath Nimke. Get a hold of me, and we'll get you started on the right marketing campaign. And don't forget to join the Live Ticket TV family today and download the app. And don't forget, Live Ticket TV is your new home for all things Vermillion. Had wrestling last night, basketball once again this evening. By the way, the gymnastics team at the state tournament. Now, the gymnastics team did not participate today. Skogsberg drives in and scores. Going off that, though, did not participate. The team did not participate. Individuals, though, will come up tomorrow. And going off that, make sure you like the Vermillion Boosters on Facebook and Twitter. We'll have updates throughout the day for you coming up tomorrow. As the team, though, did travel to watch competition. They're in Aberdeen today. The drive and a charge taken. All right, Cole, put it on the tally marker. Carter Skogsberg is officially tied with Noah Gilbertson for the most charges taken.
In a season.
In a season. One more will give him that record officially. 8-5, 126 first quarter. And that was a record I don't think we ever thought anyone would take from Noah Gilbertson. So we'll watch it to see if Carter Skogsberg can't pick up one more along the way and set that record. He's definitely going to get the record, though, by the end of this year. 8-5, quick substitution as Trey Hansen is out and Wyatt Gestring is back in. Young Skogsberg pump fakes one way. Now over to Robinson. Robinson, the drive, the kick over to Wyatt Gestring. Decided not to take the three. Goes by the double team. Jumper for him. Leaves it short. Gets back his own rebound. Back up. And can't hit it. Cool with the rebound. 8-5. 60 seconds remaining first quarter. They wanted a foul. Drive. And this time a foul call. 2 free throws upcoming. As Carter Skogsberg tried to take the charge. Could not do so. And again picks up his second, third team foul. And 2 free throws upcoming for Spurrell, who has yet to score here on the evening. First free throw, this one is good. Spurrell, 8-6, second free throw upcoming for the Eagles. It's up and Dashel hits them both. Unique name there. Love it. Get it into Robinson. Hansen in the backcourt. Still Carter Hansen. Picks up his dribble. finally finds young Skogsberg, trying to get down his brother, but it's right into the hands of Pullman. 8-7, to the corner they go. Inside the lane, pull-up jumper, this one off the mark, rebounded by Carter Hansen. Carter is going to press into the front court, now pick up his dribble, get over to young Skogsberg, the drive by Hansen, the floater, good. Carter Hansen, now 3 points here in the ball game for him. 10-7, Vermillion has led throughout. Pump fake one way, Luke getting knocked to the ground, and now just a tied ball called, and it will be staying with the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Trey Hansen back in the ball game. Young Skogsberg is out. 10-7, 9.8. Spinning the ball, Spurrell gets it in. Thought about the catch and shoot three. They work it over to Cool, who will shoot the three. This one off the heel of the iron. Rebound by Robinson. He lost it for a moment. Tie up once again. And this time, Vermillion will have possession with 1.7. Robinson was looking quickly to throw up the heave. Hansen will go to Robinson. Robinson, the half-court shot, just off the mark to the right. And that is the end of quarter number one as Vermillion leads it by 3, 10-7. Quarter number two on the way next here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Hi, this is Kristen Cunningham with Chic Boutique by Kristen & Company in Centerville, South Dakota. We are an all-size inclusive boutique offering sizes small through 3X on many items, including denim jeans and jackets, shackets, pants, skirts, graphic tees and sweatshirts, joggers, school swag, hats and caps, many fashion accessories including purses and lots of jewelry. And we also offer gift items for birthdays and weddings. Get your shopping fix at 636 Broadway Street, Centerville, South Dakota. Open Tuesday through Friday, 10-7, and Saturday, 10-4.
Let's be real. You work, you worry, you wait, you wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. We're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Ten to 7 after quarter number one. The boys in red, the away team, Vermillion Tanagers, lead it by 3. In fact, have led throughout this ball game. Have not dominated the boards, have given plenty of second and third opportunities to the Eagles. They just haven't capitalized. And now a deep NBA three misses everything and will go out of bounds. 10-7, 3:43, second quarter. Vermillion will begin with their first possession to start this second. It's in the backcourt. Trey Hansen picks up his dribble, back to Robinson, all the way up to the sniper. Last second dish underneath to Skogsberg. He was about to step out of bounds, saved it somehow to Robinson. Robinson has his shot blocked away by Cool there. Fight for it back, and Robinson is going to get called for a foul. He's confused on it, and a bad foul call there. As Cool controlled it all the way throughout before Robinson at one point even kind of deflected and tipped, but again, foul called against Robinson. Now the fourth team foul against the Vermillion Tanagers. 10-7. Pick up dribble, and now a travel. The third called against the Eagles. We'll give it right back to Vermillion. Cole, what are you drawing up here to start this second quarter? What does Vermillion need to do to get their offense going?
Well, I think what they need to try to do is get away from the 7-footer down low. I mean, that'd be a good offensive strategy. And right here, a kick-out three, that'd be a big hit. But just seems like so far they haven't been able to be hitting shots. They've gotten plenty of opportunities. Obviously, that putback went through, but that was a first made basket on a second chance that Vermillion's had, I think, all game.
Carter Skogsberg, as you mentioned, gets his first points as well. 12-7, 6:56, second quarter. Now another whistle. A foul that will go against the Vermillion Tanagers. This one on Wyatt Gestring picking up his first, and again the fifth team foul. Inbound as we reset. Don't forget we have more hoops coming up for you on Valentine's Day. And there it is. The single season record for charges taken in a basketball game. Carter Skogsberg gets a round of applause from his teammates who stand up. Congratulations to Carter Skogsberg on that accomplishment as he takes it away from Noah Gilbertson, who set that record just a couple years ago. He's taken 2 in this basketball game. Again, the record for an individual game is set by 3. Shot is off the mark, gets back his own rebound, up with it, can't get this one to go either. Vermillion still struggles offensively, leading it by 5, 12-7, 6:21, second quarter. They kick over to the wing, trying to find some space there is Hansen. Now hand it off to Jonke, and it's going to be lost at the block. Vermillion leading by 5 across the IW logo. Skogsberg back to Carter Hansen. Hansen will go to the corner with Wyatt Gestring. Gestring back to the top with Robinson. Back to the sniper who will shoot the 3. This one off the mark. It's another offensive rebound. This one too strong for Skogsberg. Another offensive rebound. This time Cool blocks it away. Carter Skogsberg still comes up with it 4 different times. And Vermillion finally scores. 14-7. 5:35. Second quarter, another turnover for the Eagles. Vermillion quickly from end to end. Hansen up tall, trying to get above against 7 foot. It is just so difficult to get over Cool standing at so darn tall. And now a pass is going to be deflected in the air as Cool will try to go quickly. The Eagles are just hurting themselves here at the moment. Hansen pump fakes to the right, now goes left to Trey Hansen in the corner three-pointer. He leaves it short, gets back his own rebound, try to keep it away from Cool. Cool gets another block, and now Coach Lee wants a timeout. Well, step aside, take the timeout with them. 14-7, 5:01 second quarter. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
No piggyback rides tonight for myself as Vermillion leads it 14-7. Oh no! Ball goes out of bounds. We knock down the possession arrow. Get that fixed.
Night's still young.
You saying I could get a piggyback ride later?
No.
No. You never know what's going to happen up here in our broadcast booth. Got a piggyback ride while calling the basketball game the other night against Dakota Valley. Yes, that's right. You didn't even notice. I don't think we missed a heartbeat during the broadcast.
No, if only you were able to see the game better because you went from 5'5" to about 6 foot.
Wow. Wow. Robinson turnaround jumper good. Stone Robinson 7 points. Just to clarify the record, I am nowhere near 5'5".
5'6" is pretty close to 5'5".
Okay. All right. We're going to turn off your mic here in just a moment. At the wing, pump fake. Jonke drives. Now kick out. Three-pointer for Libby. Answers back. Big three-pointer there from Garrett Libby. And for Libby, now 5 points in the ball game. Vermillion with Trey Hansen after the pass from Gestring. Try to go back to Gestring, but throwing a bullet there is Carter Skogsberg. He'll go out of bounds, and young Skogsberg is back on. White Gestring will come out. 16-10, halfway through the second quarter. resume and back underway. Press is on. High pass though for Cool. And Vermillion forces the turnover. Robinson the drive to Young Skogsberg. Back out to Trey Hansen, the three-pointer. This one is off the mark. Rebound though by Carter. Carter resets. Trey in the lane. Trey goes up and can't get the shot, but he's fouled and will head to the free throw line. That's one thing Cool does do a good job of, is staying out of foul trouble. In fact, this foul was called on Miles Pullman. First personal and the 5th team foul for the Eagles. First free throw is good for Trey Hansen. That's also his first points of the evening as well. First point, I should say, correction. 17-10, second free throw. This one is good as well. Trey has 2 in the ball game. 18-10, 3:35, second quarter, quick 3 on the corner. This one off the mark, offensive rebound. Cool goes back up. Trey Hansen can't believe the call. He thought he got the ball cleanly, and Cool is shooting free throws. Trey Hansen will pick up his first personal and the 6th team foul. And again, Jake Cool, who has yet to score in the basketball game. First free throw is up, and this one is off the heel of the iron. 7-foot man struggling right now. Looking around, don't see his parents here right now. I know they are, I just don't see them. Second free throw, this one is off the mark as well. 18-10, 3:25, second quarter. Robinson across the timeline, still Robinson. Pump fakes. Young Skogsberg, corner 3. This one off the front of the iron. It's going to be rebounded, fight for the basketball, and then some contact. And the foul will go against Carter Skogsberg. Carter Skogsberg, again, if you're just tuning in, set the single season charge record for the Vermillion Tanagers earlier here in the broadcast. Now with 3 fouls, he has to come out. Wyatt Gestring's back in. It's also the 7th team foul on the Vermillion Tanagers. So bonus upcoming as Garrett Libby will shoot a 1-and-1. First one is good, so he'll get a second opportunity. Libby now 6 points in the ball game. Someone once told me I have very hairy arms, Cole Larsh.
I'd say on the hairy scale, if 5 is average, you're probably a 7.
I'll take that. 8-12 as Libby is able to hit both. Cole was pulling at my hairs for some reason. Did you see a long one or something?
No, I was trying to yank it out, and then I realized it wasn't worth it.
Oh, okay. Trey Hansen trying to get it back out to Carter. Carter's able to pick it up and then gets tackled by Garrett Libby. Of course, this is an Irene-Wakonda Eagles team that made a deep run in 9B. Getting a couple upsets along the way before they were eliminated in the semifinals. Coach O'Malley walks back in for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Girls basketball team, I think he got nachos, but looks like he just got a lot of cheese.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
On the 1-and-1, Carter Hansen misses. It stays to a 6-point lead, especially the fake cheese. In the corner, work it down to the 7-foot Cool, who will go up with it and gets it to go. Oh, there's Mom and Dad. Found him. Cool. His first points of the ball game as well. 18-4. Now Young Skogsberg, 3-pointer. This one is off the mark. And a quick pass. No one was paying attention. And then a travel as Jens Hansen just picked it up, stepped around a couple defenders, but again travels, and will give it back to Vermillion. And now another timeout called by head coach Jay Drake. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by the Vermillion Boosters, supporting Vermillion and the student athletes. The Vermillion Boosters are always giving back. Check out online clothing orders with a portion of sales going directly back to the student athletes. You can also find out how to become a member and shop online today at gotanagers.com. 18-14, 2:35, second quarter. And again, the clothing orders are open for the Vermillion Boosters until the 15th, so make sure you take advantage of that before the stores close for the spring season. Speaking of, put that close. So I don't forget to get you a polo, because Cole Larsh, Godspeed to Cole Larsh, doesn't have a single red polo. He's wearing another blue polo tonight. Cole, it drives me nuts you wear blue all the time.
I'm sorry, that's what I got, and I'm a broke college student, all right?
Wyatt Gestrin, a low
Just
pass.
gotta live with it, all right?
Goes out of bounds. Turnover for Vermillion. It's okay, we'll get you
Wise
some.
words of Marshawn Lynch, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Get you some red polos. Red and black polos. I'll get those taken care of for you. Got written on my hand. I don't forget things written on my hand. At the wing, the Eagles trying to find some space. Pass back out to Hansen. Hansen kicks out. Three-pointer. This one off the front of the iron. That time for Spurrell. Now very low scoring at first half. The Vermillion Tanagers have led throughout. Robinson holds it above his head. Over to Trey Hansen. Kicks. Gestrin, jumper, off the mark. Being tipped around. Robinson gets it back. Robinson goes up through contact. No, travel is called on Robinson.
This would be a good game to have the GoPro.
Why?
I'm making a lot of weird expressions.
18-14, 1:45 second quarter. Eagles trying to cut into this lead of 4 a little bit more. It's back out with Spurrell. They're going to hand it off now to Hansen. Back to Dashel. Dashel dashes in the lane. Jumper falls through. Good for 2, and it's within 2 for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. So again, Vermillion have put up just 8 points here in this second quarter. Inside to Carter Hansen. He's falling over and throws it away. They say he travels anyways. Probably worked out in the best because it gives the Vermillion defense a chance to reset. 18-16, 1:44 second quarter. The Eagles can tie it up or even take their first lead of the ball game. Cool at the IW logo. Now hands off to Spurrell. Hands back to Hansen. Now to Hansen. Jens to Sam. Down underneath. Good. Off the glass for Pullman. He has 5, and we're tied 18-18. 48 seconds remaining in this second quarter. Trey Hansen out to his brother Carter. Vermillion. Young Skogsberg three-pointer. This one strong off the heel of the iron. And a rebounding foul. 8th team foul. 1-1 upcoming. It's the second personal against Trey Hansen. Cole, certainly not the same Tanager offense that we saw against Dakota Valley, or at least in the second half, because you do have to look back. Vermillion did put up just 17 points in that first half against DV on Tuesday evening.
Yeah, we didn't exactly expect them to play as good as they did in that second half, but right now it's almost kind of back to where we started. So far, haven't really shown much growth since that DV game, and obviously in that DV game, if you shoot red hot, I mean, you're not going to shoot red hot every game, but it just seems like Vermillion not shooting great and also not giving themselves very many opportunities on the offensive end.
2-point lead now for the Eagles, their first lead of the ball game. Gestrin trying to dribble it back out, gets it to Carter Hansen, to Robinson. Vermillion can virtually hold on for the last second shot as it's 1.6 that separates the shot clock from the game clock. Robinson puts down the right-handed dribble, kicks over to Trey. Trey inside to Carter, back out to Robinson. Robinson at the elbow, jumper for him is off the mark. Cool, the full court heave, nowhere close. But Vermillion struggles offensively, putting up just 8 points compared to 13 from the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. And at halftime, the Eagles lead it by 2, 20-18. Tonight's broadcast here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's has expanded, and now Blaine's is in need of more help to join their family. Blaine's is looking for an auto body specialist. If you or you know someone who is interested, stop by Blaine's and contact them today. And remember, if you need auto body work, take it to a Tanager alumni at Blaine's Body Shop. All right, we'll see if we can't catch up with head coach John Brooks and also catch up with a Vermillion Tanager girls basketball player as they won earlier 64-23. That's all coming up here at halftime on Live Ticket TV.
If you are self-motivated, accountable, and eager to learn new skills, we'd love to talk to you about a rock star career. Masaba in Vermillion is hiring full and part-time manufacturing positions for the rock industry. Masaba provides comprehensive training in a clean, safe, and state-of-the-art facility. Masaba offers competitive wages, a fun and interesting work environment and culture. Join our team of rock stars. Visit masabainc.com to learn more.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Birds 20-18 here at halftime. The Irene-Wakonda Eagles lead it over the Vermillion Tanagers. We see no player coming up, and we actually see no John Brooks here either. So not quite for sure what has happened here at halftime, but we'll see if we can't maybe still hunt down a player and eventually somewhere hunt down head coach John Brooks, as maybe he's headed over to the concession stands to grab some food. Not quite for sure, but at halftime, the Vermillion boys led it after quarter number one, 10-7, but have struggled to score offensively in that second quarter, putting up just 8 points and now trail by 2. Again, 20-18 here at halftime. When you look at the scoring for the Vermillion Tanagers, they're led in a way by Zone Robinson, with 7 points. He put up the first 5 points of the ball game for either team and scored 2 more in the second. Carter Skogsberg with 4 points, 3 points from Carter Hansen, and 2 points apiece for young Skogsberg and Trey Hansen. On the opposite side, the Irene-Wakonda Eagles, 7 points for Garrett Libby, Dashel Sproul 6 points, Miles Pullman 5 points, and Jake Kuhl 2 points. The 7-footer has been held quietly, but certainly his presence has been felt defensively. Also, want to give a shout out there in that second quarter. Congratulations to Carter Skogsberg as he sets the single season charge record, as he needed 2 to set that record and was able to do so in the second quarter. So congratulations to Carter Skogsberg on setting that record for the Vermillion Tanagers, as again at halftime it's 20-18. As we're going to take a quick break, we're going to see if we can't track down head coach John Brooks. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Like Tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the Tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Let's be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. They're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
20-18. Flood coach John Brooks' phone. He forgot to come up and talk to us. Forgot to bring a player as well. Everyone starts shooting him texts. Coach, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he was here. He just literally walked by. That's okay. Sometimes you get busy. I get it. I got, 38 unread text messages on my phone, so you know what? I have no complaints. It just happens on them bigger jobs. 20-18 right now here at halftime as we bring in our producer and color analysis, Cole. After we saw Vermillion boys put up just 17 points in that first half on Tuesday night against Dakota Valley, they found a lot of offense there in the third. What do they need to do to reset things for this evening and to get this offense going in the second half?
There's obviously some adjustments you can make to maybe get yourself some better, more open shots, but I think the main thing what you got to do is just get them a little calmer there on that offensive end, because so far it seems like, especially in that second quarter, the first quarter they jumped out a little bit. I mean, their offense started to shine, and then all of a sudden they got cold, so they started forcing up shots. They started trying to drive in against a 7-foot defender. There's not a whole lot you can do against a 7-foot defender, especially inside. And then they started forcing outside shots, and it just seemed like they were getting a little quick there in transition maybe. So just calm them down, maybe get some plays running, maybe get a different scheme going on the offensive end, because, defensively you're doing all right. I mean, Irene-Wakonda hasn't shot great, but they only put up 20 points in that half, so if you can just get something figured out offensively, they'll be in a lot better shape.
20-18 here as we enter the second half. Tonight's broadcast on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Masaba. At Masaba, people are valued as much as performance and ethics are a way of life. If you're ready to join their growing team, apply today at Masaba.com. Vermillion will come back out with their starting five of Robinson, Hansen, Gestring, Hansen, and Skogsberg. The Eagles back out with Hansen, Sporrell, Pullman, Kuhl, and Libby. The Tanagers will now be attacking the south bucket, or as we see on the camera, the close bucket, as the Eagles will be going the opposite way. Of course, set up just up in the corner here for tonight inside the Eagles' nest. Hansen down to Robinson as they try to get by the 7-foot man, and an instant travel. Robinson can't believe the call. Head coach Jay Drake is screaming out to his players as they had a nice move there, but again, Kuhl just dominating underneath. And now pass deflected and stolen away by Robinson. Robinson drives in off the glass and gets it to go this time. And now 9 points for Zone Robinson in the ball game. 20-20, stolen away by Hansen. Hansen, the drive, now into his brother Trey. Trey hits the bucket and one. You betcha, Cole. That's how you start off offensively to get this third quarter going.
Yeah, can't really ask for a much better start, and it seems like so far I haven't been able to see any big offensive changes, just the press that they've been able to put on Irene-Wakonda, really getting them sped up, and they're really forcing around to pass right now, so just a couple easy transition buckets so far.
By the way, I think Jay Drake, what he said after Robinson missed, or traveled, I should say, get it right or I will come out there. 23-20, maybe something along those lines. And now Skogsberg steals it away. Try to get up quickly to Robinson. Robinson is bumped, and no, it will go out of bounds. No foul called. And head coach Jay Drake wants an explanation. He can't believe it as he reaches the play card out of his pocket. Still giving the official an earful. 23-20, 6:55, third quarter. It's Hansen, kicks it over to the wing. Spurrell, stolen away by the Tanagers once again. Hansen drilled behind the back. Pulled up right there at the half-court logo. Now to his brother Carter. Carter trying to get some space. Gets by a double team. Over to Trey. Trey sees 7-foot Cool. Got him to jump up in the air. And will just now attack Cool. Too strong though off the glass. Pullman almost turned it over for the Vermillion Tanagers. Reset his feet. And Hansen now across the timeline for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Pick up dribble to Cool at the elbow. Now to Pullman. Step back. Gets it. Pullman here in the ball game. He has 7 points. 23-22. 1 point lead for the Vermillion boys. Carter Hansen. Driving, kick back out to Trey, squares up, shoots the three. Good! Trey Hansen, yes sir, young man. 8 points for him here in the ball game. 26-22, 5:44, third quarter. The drive, the deflection, the steal away. Hansen will hand it off to the sniper, back to Carter Hansen. Oh, Skogsberg and Trey Hansen took each other out for a moment, and now a little bit of contact, this time called in the lane. Maybe a makeup call. The foul will go against Jens Hansen, picking up his first personal. Second team foul on the Eagles as well. Trey Hansen to trigger the inbound. They get it immediately into Robinson. Robinson, turn around, floater good. Zone Robinson with 11 points in the ball game. 28-22, 5:20, third quarter. A rainbow pass over to the near wing. Back to the top they go. Hansen, the NBA three. Wozers. He missed drawing anything, but safe from going out of bounds. Cool, the straightaway three, and that one looked cool. Jake Cool has 5 points. 28-25. A big three-pointer the Eagles needed there. 4:54, third quarter. Hansen over to Robinson. Robinson makes his move inside the lane and contact made, and a foul called against Jens Hansen, picking up his second personal in the third team foul. Again, Vermillion, after putting up just 8 points in that second quarter, have already put up 10. And we're just 3 minutes into it. Hansen trying to force it back underneath. Cool there, knocked it out of bounds. We have not seen a 7-footer yet this year. We've gotten close a couple different times, including 6'8", 6'9". Most memorable would probably be Madison and the Twin Towers that they bring. But have not seen quite a 7-footer. 28-25, 4:43, third quarter. Had the reset there. Finally get it into Robinson. Robinson goes up with a shot, leaves it just off the front of the iron, and it's rebounded by Pullman. Pullman gets over to Spurrell. Spurrell trying to get in the front court, loses it. It's a 2-on-1. Robinson off the glass, missed it. Oh, Robinson even grabs his fro a little bit in frustration, trying to fight for it back, and a travel called as Trey Hansen forces the turnover. 28-25, 4:22 third quarter. Robinson's going to come out of the ball game. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, you never want to get this if you're Zone Robinson. Coach Jay Drake just goes into you immediately. He's still going at Robinson. This is all out of love. Trey Hansen, the jumper, leaves it short at the front of the iron. Ball goes out of bounds. They say last touch by Pullman, and it will stay with Vermillion.
One thing we missed in that substitution, little crowd warning for the group sitting front row right about mid-court. Referee said not going to have any more of that.
28-25. Doesn't really necessarily see a student section, a foul called as the charge is taken. Carter Hansen will have the foul tagged against him, picking up his first personal, first team foul. Like I said, a little bit of a younger student section here along the baseline. But otherwise, not a whole lot doing when it comes to the student section along where you mentioned that, Cole. It just more looks like kind of parents. The drive by Hansen, hands it off to Spurrell. The jumper at the free throw line, good. And the Eagles are right back into it once again. Dashel Spurrell with now 8 points, 28-27, 3:45 third quarter. Hansen pump fakes the three to the elbow, goes up with the floater, can't get it to go. And again, Vermillion started off so hot, and all of a sudden they just can't find themselves a bucket. The Irene-Wakonda Eagles looking to take back their lead. And after the timeout, Robinson is going to come back in. Down underneath the Pullman. Pullman up strong, gets it to go. Miles Pullman now has 9 points in the ball game, and it's back up to a 1-point lead, 29-28.
Yeah, the biggest thing I've been seeing so far, you look at that first half of where the third quarter where Vermillion was going strong, full court pressure, defense flying around, shots going in. So far, recently, defensively they seemed a little lackadaisical, offensively forcing up shots and not being able to get rebounds.
29-28. There was an offensive rebound there for the Vermillion Tanagers, but not able to capitalize again. And against a Class B team, you don't necessarily like to see this. Jumper off the heel of the iron, rebound by Trey Hansen. Vermillion trying to end this season on a 4-0 win streak. Gestring, the three-pointer. This one, another one rattles in and out for him. They've both been right where they need to be. They just have not fallen. Hansen gets by Young Skogsberg. Still Hansen, kicks out to Cool. Cool the drive, the pull up. This one off the mark. Rebound by Young Skogsberg. Young Skogsberg presses quickly into the front court. Bryson hands it off to Wyatt. Now to Trey. Over to Carter. Carter pump fake. Drive in the lane. And it's going to have it stolen away by Spurrell. Trey Hansen trying to get it back, and he commits the foul. Tried to revenge his brother's loss. Picks up his third personal. His second team foul. White Gestring comes out, and Robinson is back in. 29-28, a 1-point lead for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. 2:04 remaining in this third quarter. Again, very low scoring, a lot closer than you want to be versus a Class A, Class B matchup. Cool. The right-handed dribble, picks it up now. 15 seconds on the shot clock, catch and shoot three. Whoa. Get perception was off that time for Garrett Libby. Young Skogsberg inside the perimeter, reach in foul. That will now go against Jens Hansen. He picks up his third personal, all coming in this third quarter. It's the fourth team foul as well. They will keep Hansen out there though. Robinson, guarded closely by Pullman. Robinson at the elbow, kick over to Carter Hansen. Carter back to Robinson, jumper for him, no good. Cool trying to get the rebound. Old Skogsberg dives in on the ground to get it back, and then another foul called against Hansen, his fourth. He has to come on the ball game, right?
Yep. You right.
Sam Hansen will take his spot. Coach Lee gives him a big high five. 29-28, 1:20, third quarter. Vermillion still trailing by one. And want to get back to Old Skogsberg. Ball takes deflection out of bounds. Vermillion certainly frustrated offensively. Hansen will go to young Skogsberg, pump fakes, and they say he traveled on his fake move there. Questionable call, but it'll give it back to the Eagles. It's now been over 4 minutes since Vermillion last scored offensively. Not a good time to go on a drought. Cool to Pullman, step back three for him. This one off the mark. The only good thing is it's now been over 3 minutes since the Eagles have scored. Hansen back out to Carter. No look pass to his brother. Back to Carter. Three-pointer. Good! Vermillion needed that. Carter Hansen, 6 points in the ball game. 31-29. Quickly, Sam Hansen. Back out to Dashiell Sporrell. He'll shoot the three. Leaves this one short. It went off of Pullman's shoulder. He didn't know where it went. Young Skogsberg is going to get fouled as he tried to get in the front court. And a foul that will be called against Dashiell Sporrell as he tried to get in the way of Bryson Skogsberg. 6th team foul, so now next foul will be bonus for the Vermillion Tanagers. Certainly need that as Vermillion goes into the fourth. Whoa. How on God's green earth did I get that far off? That is Sporrell's fourth, not his first. Good Lord, Heath.
You and your fouls, man.
Holy Toledo. I don't know how you get that far off. Hand off to Hansen. Hansen will just reset here for a moment. Vermillion trying to hold on for the last second shot. Trey Hansen, the drive, kick down to Old Skogsberg, off the glass and good for two. Old Skogsberg has 6 points. Ball is going to go out of bounds as Trey Hansen and the 8th grader, both young guys out there, try to get the turnover for Vermillion. They miss on the high five there. There you go, got it for you. 33-29. We won't even get a last second shot here. Do we get a timeout from head coach Jay Drake?
No, they threw it in. The clock didn't start, so the referee's just going to end the quarter.
Okay, thank you, Cole. 33-29. Vermillion leads it by 4. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV. A one-hit wonder from the 1970s. Spirit in the Sky, 33-29. Vermillion looking to the Spirit in the Sky right now, trying to find some offense. They do lead it by 4, but a lot more closer than they want it to be against Class B Irene-Wakonda. As we start the fourth quarter, Pullman gets his shot to go. And it's a good start for the Eagles right away, and with that, Pullman now also hits double digits. He has 11 in the ball game. Carter Hansen to young Skogsberg on the drive. Kick out to Robinson. Turnaround jumper for him. He leaves it short. Fight for the rebound. Cool comes up with it. As head coach Jay Drake looks up to the scoreboard and paces back and forth. Cool has it on the wing. The 7-footer dribble in between the legs. Now kick over to the left side. This one is Jonke. Reset, 15 seconds on the shot clock offensively. Pullman over to Hansen. Down underneath the Cool. Cool trying to back his way in. Goes up with a shot well off the mark. Ball is going to go out of bounds. They say last touched by the by the Vermillion Tanagers. Irene-Wakonda basketball, 33-31. Quick inbound, reset. Cool. One dribble, back out. Over to the wing now with Jonke. Back to Cool. Back to Jonke. Jonke making his move. Up with the floater. Good. It's the first bench points of the evening for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. And we're tied 33-33, 6:32, fourth quarter. If you haven't buckled up yet, get ready for an exciting final 6:30. Skogsberg off the front of the iron, can't get the go, and it's rebounded by the Eagles. Sam Hansen will bring it across the timeline, works it over to Jonke. Jonke makes a bad pass, chasing after it. There, Libby. Back to Hansen, to Jonke in the corner, as the Eagles do have a couple guys in foul trouble as well. So they're running a little bit of their second team here at the moment in the lane. Pull-up jumper was knocked away by Carter Hansen. Trey makes the pass up to his brother. Peels back out. Now to young Skogsberg. Over to Trey Hansen. Back over to young Skogsberg. Carter Hansen, top of the key. And it's going to be a travel by Trey Hansen. Another questionable travel call. And it will be Irene-Wakonda basketball, but timeout from head coach Jay Drake. 33-33. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by First Bank and Trust. Enjoy the convenience of digital banking from anywhere, including fast and secure mobile and online options. Customized features let you streamline banking tasks across all platforms, even other financial institutions. Banking has never been easier than with First Bank and Trust. Cole, what do you have to do right now here at the moment?
Well, it just seems like, Vermillion is kind of going on spurts, both offensively and defensively, as is Irene-Wakonda. You look at the offensive runs, and you'd think, it's just because both offenses are playing good or vice versa. No, it's just when one offense is playing good, the other defense just happens to be playing bad, and it's just kind of been fluctuating like that. So, one thing we saw early in this quarter was earlier in this game and earlier in the third quarter, when Vermillion was on that run, their defense wasn't the problem. It was just their offense couldn't make any shots. But now it seems like whatever Irene-Wakonda wants to shoot and whatever play they want to run, it's going straight in for them. So it's just now Vermillion's defense starting to get a little sluggish. They're starting to maybe lose a little bit of energy because they're losing this energy on the offensive end.
33-33, 5:39, fourth quarter. The inbound, and we get things back underway. The Eagles try to take back their lead. It's Hansen. He'll peel back out. Again, the Eagles are dealing with foul trouble. The next one they give up gives bonus to Vermillion. The drive by Libby, uses his right hand and gets it to go. Garrett Libby, 9 points in the ball game. And it's back to a 2-point lead for Irene-Wakonda. Well, Coach Drake also said in our pregame show, I guess didn't say it exactly, but on any given Sunday, if you will, anything can happen. And this certainly has been a letdown from what we saw Tuesday for his group. Carter Hansen, though, answers back with a big bucket. Carter Hansen, now 8 points in the ball game. The press is on defensively, trying to force the Eagles into a turnover. Able to break it to the corner. The Eagles go. 35-35, 4:44, fourth quarter. Cool kicks back out to Jonke. Now to Hansen, over to Libby, down underneath to Pullman. Pullman catch up with 2. Miles Pullman, 13 in the ball game. Nice offensive scheme there for the Eagles to take back the lead. Hansen inside to Robinson, pull-up jumper. He leaves it short. That's been the theme all night long. And Carter Skogsberg, just sitting on his butt, calls for the timeout to avoid the tie-up. But possession arrow that does favor the Vermillion Tanagers. So you'll save the possession arrow with 4:20 remaining here in the ball game, 37-35. I know you see it there down at the bottom of our ticker, but taking a look at scores from across the state of South Dakota as we hop back into the girls' side of things here for just a moment. Of course, one of the big games that we were watching earlier, T-Area and Lennox. T-Area dominates 66-51 in action earlier. Also, Canton beat Garrettson 56-38. And Elk Point Jefferson girls beat Beersford 45-28. Sioux Falls Christian is leading it over St. Thomas More 36-32 in the Corn Palace at the DWU Culver's Classic right now at the moment. And those are a quick look at scores on the girls' side of the DAC 12. Cole, really haven't seen much for the boys besides West Central leading it over Madison 47-44 there. Also Elk Point Jefferson leading it over Beersford 12-4. And then T-Area is beating Lennox right now at halftime 29-25. We'll bring you more score updates on our post-game show. As we reset again, you can watch those scores on the bottom ticker as well. Jumper for Carter Skogsberg. I guess he really didn't jump, but gets it to fall. Carter now has 8 points in the ball game, and we're tied once again, 37-37, 4:02 fourth quarter. It's really about who can grab momentum and who can get going on the run. Cool. Dribble in between the legs, now picks it up. So they kick it over to Sam Hansen. Back to Cool. Cool back to Hansen. Ruvers is waving his hands as the assistant coach, bringing out instructions defensively. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Hansen drives, and a foul is given up. Foul that will go against the Vermillion Tanagers and Young Skogsberg as Bryson picks up his second personal and the third team foul. Again, Irene-Wakonda came in with 6 team fouls to start this fourth quarter. They have not given up one yet. Cool. The floater off the mark, and then a rebounding foul that will go against Jake Cool. And now it's bonus, just as I say that, throughout the rest of this quarter and overtime if we see it. Kind of crazy to say, we have not seen overtime yet this season.
Yeah, you could say that.
37-37, 3:35, fourth quarter. Cole makes reference to other games that we have to do. Cole is a good luck charm if you like overtime basketball. How many games overtimes have you called so far this season?
Just one.
Nope.
What?
More than one. Missed free throw. Don't forget about the Hoop City Classic in the Pentagon.
That went to 2 overtimes.
That did.
Oh, I forgot about that one even. Houston, Tennessee, and Brandon Valley.
Cool.
So 2.
Kicks out to Pullman. Don't worry, I got you covered. Jens Hansen on the court. Now to Spurrell. Spurrell the drive. Up with it. And charge taken by Carter Skogsberg. He ties the record once again in a game with now 3. No one has ever gotten more than 3 in a ball game. And it's also the 5th foul on Spurrell. He will foul out. He'll finish with 8 points here tonight. It's the 8th team foul. Cole saying it should be his 4th, but it's only he's credited for 3 once again.
Yeah, but he had one block charge that looked like it was pretty evident, but went the other way.
Trey Hansen hits the 3-pointer. It hung on the heel of the iron and came down. Hansen now with 11 points in the ball game. And Vermillion back up by 3. And now a timeout called by Coach Lee. I was confused there. That official just like, I don't even know how to describe that.
I don't think it was a timeout. I don't know what's happening right now.
Was it a warning? I mean, he pointed at Coach Lee with some authority.
I don't know. Maybe it was a bench warning. I honestly have no idea.
Inbound goes deflected inbounds. I mean, he pointed as though he's going to hand out a technical. He said something to the scorer's table.
That might have been what it was, as a bench warning.
40-37, 2:43 fourth quarter. Now you can get a bench warning on the players. You can also get a bench warning on the coach, because we already saw Irene have one of those for their fans. Underneath, Pullman waits for a Hansen to jump. Fouled. And Pullman will try to tie this one up. Pullman 15 points in the ball game. 40-39. 2:31 remaining in this fourth quarter. Here we go. Pullman to tie it up once again on the old-fashioned three-point play will get it done. 16 points for him, 40-40. Trey Hansen will bring it across the IW logo. Over to Carter, back to Trey, back to Carter. Carter kicks out to Young Skogsberg, catch and shoot three. This one is off the side of the iron and will be chased down by Pullman. And now we're gonna get a timeout called by Coach Lee. 40-40, 2:13 remaining here in the ball game. Tonight's broadcast on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Farm Credit Services of America. American Ag has grown to become the largest and most efficient and productive food system in the world, but it remains a business of people, and everything they do, they work to become Ag's most valued financial partner. Find out how they are there for the farmer to help and grow at fcsamerica.com. Don't forget, Live Ticket TV is your new home for Vermillion Athletics. If you have not downloaded the app, make sure you do so. Set the Vermillion Tanagers as your favorite. You'll get notified every time we go live as well for all of our broadcasts. Had wrestling last night, of course, basketball on Tuesday. Have more basketball coming up next week, including Coach Jay Drake will be my Valentine. 40-40, 2:10, fourth quarter. Hansen across the IW logo as the Eagles try to take back the lead. A little bit of body contact, a foul that will go against Robinson, picking up his second personal, and the fifth team foul now on the Vermillion Tanagers. Libby to inbound, bounce pass to Pullman. 2:02 fourth quarter. Hansen to Cool, back out to now Sam Hansen, to Jens Hansen. Hand off to Libby, to Hansen. 18 seconds of the shot clock. They want to get it down to Pullman, but stolen away by Carter Skogsberg. Carter Hansen will bring it up to Robinson. Robinson back out to Carter. Now over to Trey. Skogsberg, the jumper is off the mark, trying to chase it down, and Carter Skogsberg can't save it from going out of bounds. And it will be Irene-Wakonda basketball with 91 seconds remaining. 40-40. Irene trying to take back the lead once again. Jens Hansen directing traffic. They get it to Cool. Cool over to Pullman. Pullman back down to Cool. Cool back over to Pullman. Pull-up jumper for him. Leaves it short. Rebounded by Carter Hansen. Hansen just trying to let Libby come into him. Now it gets him off. Robinson has it in the front court for Vermillion, trying to take back the lead. Under 60 seconds remaining here in regulation. Trey Hansen, guarded closely by Libby. Lost the dribble. Gets it to his brother with 14 seconds on the shot clock. Robinson, the three-pointer, misses, but Carter Hansen wide open for the putback. Vermillion with the lead, 42-40. 40 seconds, fourth quarter. Hansen across the circle, and a timeout from Coach Lee. Let's get the coach in here. Coach Cole Larsh. What are we drawing up right now? 42-40, 37.4 remaining in regulation.
Well, usually every team's got a couple plays where they know that if they run it, they've got usually about over an 80% chance to get an open shot, whether it's a 2 or 3. You can get either in this scenario. Obviously, you might be thinking that, you know, you might want a 3 to take the lead, but if you got a wide open layup, you're going to take it and then try and rely on your defense. So they're just drawing up whatever play that is, and then maybe trying to draw up some full court pressure to try and get Vermillion to go fast and turn the ball over. Or if they, I guess you wouldn't be in a fouling situation if you make a 3, because then you're only up by 1. So ultimately what they're doing is they're trying to draw up a play right now, just trying to get an open shot. And if you're Vermillion, you've got to play really hard defense, knowing that if they score, that you got to go down and score as well. You know, Vermillion's got a timeout to work with, so they're either drawing up a play here, which I'm assuming that'd be what it is, or maybe discussing a play, and then if needed, they'll call a timeout if Irene-Wakonda makes a shot.
Both teams do have one timeout remaining. Vermillion does have a couple fouls to give as well. 42-40, 37.4. There is 29 seconds on the shot clock, so we have an 8-second differential there. They kick it deep to Hansen. Jens Hansen across the timeline. Hands it off to Libby in a reach and foul that will go against Zone Robinson. It will also shut off the shot clock and now give it to Irene-Wakonda for an opportunity at a last-second shot.
That's about the exact opposite of what you wanted, especially because the game clock went under 35 seconds. Because now, like you said, Irene-Wakonda can hold for a last shot.
Wow, and they force it inside, stolen away by Carter Hansen. And now Trey is just going to be fouled in the backcourt, and he'll shoot a 1-and-1. Wow, oh wow, Robinson got bailed out by trying to go quickly, the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. That's what Hansen just did, took a deep breather. The freshman toes the line. First free throw on the 1-and-1, good. The second free throw, Hansen with 12 points, can put Vermillion up by 2. The twinkle fingers come out. Hansen puts it up. This one off the mark. Rebounded by Kuhl. So a three-pointer will tie it. 18 seconds remaining. It's Hansen. Picks up his dribble, force it down low to Pullman, and shot. Foul against Carter Skogsberg. He'll pick up his 4th. And 2 free throws upcoming. You can hear by Cole Larsh's reaction. He didn't think that was a foul.
Well, Matt, and it's a bad foul in that situation. You know, against most teams, you'd maybe foul there to get him into bonus, but if you get a 7-foot rebounder, usually not what you want to do.
First free throw is good for Pullman. As again, he cannot tie it up from the free throw line. He's got 8 points in his 4th quarter, 17 for the ball game. 43-41. They bring everyone in tight just in case he went for the purpose miss. He hits the free throw instead. 1-point lead. They get to Carter Hansen. Carter Hansen finally is fouled with 10 seconds remaining. So Hansen, Carter that is, will head to the free throw line to shoot 2, as this is now double bonus. It's also the first foul that will go against Hansen. Carter takes a deep breath. First free throw is up, and this one is good. Carter Hansen, 5 points for this 4th quarter, and now 11 for the ball game. Free throw is up. This one is good as well. It's a 3-point game once again. 8 seconds. Hansen lost it for a moment, and now Coach Lee finally calls a timeout. Could it have been a travel called there as Hansen lost, and as he turned around, took an additional 2 steps before he collected it back. 45-42, 6.6. Coach Lee uses his final timeout, and this has to be basically what we saw Tuesday evening. The only opposite is it's called for the Eagles. Try to find the open 3. Once you get it, take it. Defensively, Cole, what are you doing?
Well, you got to talk about what they're going to think they're doing, because usually in these situations, Irene-Wakonda is going to take all 5 seconds and try and screen as many people as possible, get Vermillion's defense a little confused. So right now they're going to talk about what to do on screens. Most importantly, contest the shot, do not foul, because on the off chance you get a 4-point play, or if they get fouled on the 3-pointer, 3 free throws, you know, statistically you're better shooting at free throws than 3-pointers normally, depending on the player, but usually that's a good guess there. But for Vermillion, talk about what you're doing through screens, because I would expect a lot of them coming from this Eagles squad on this play.
45-42, 6.6 remaining here in the ball game. Right in front of the scorers table, it will be Hansen to inbound for the Eagles. Jay Drake saw what the Eagles came out with and now uses the timeout. You talked about a whole lot of screens there, Cole. They just kind of set up all within inside the perimeter. Now that you get to see that, what's your takeaway?
Well, just make your biggest adjustments that you can see from that formation. You know, it looked like they're kind of in a box set around the lane, so usually it's going to be a down screen with a roll-up, little pick-and-roll action, just try to get it in. And usually you got 6.5 seconds left, so typically what you're going to do is going to try and get it in. You're not going to want to shoot it right away. Let the play develop a little bit and take the shot with about 2 seconds left to ensure that you get the last shot in the ball game. Regardless, Vermillion's out of timeouts, so if they do make it, that's going to be overtime because they don't have any way to stop the clock. So if you're Vermillion, you're going to see a lot of screens. Talk about what you're going to do on the screens. You want to make sure you pressure hard on the outside, but if they throw it to the inside, let them go. Let them shoot it.
45-42, 6.6. Fourth quarter. It's the takeaway from the coach, Cole Larsh. What do the Irene-Wakonda Eagles have in these final few seconds? It'll be Hansen to inbound. Bryson Skogsberg to apply the inbound pressure. They get it back to Hansen. The drive, they let him easily go to the rack, and Vermillion can just hold on. Vermillion takes it. Cole.
Called it.
Why?
For who? Vermillion?
No, for Irene-Wakonda. Why?
I think now this is just a general guess that play was designed. That play was designed for. This is how I felt after that Laverne Vermillion game. It's designed for a drive. I'm assuming they wanted a kick out in the corner, but he saw the wide open layup and took it.
You need a 3.
Yeah, heat of the moment. You're not thinking fully.
I guess heat of the moment gets the better of the Irene-Wakonda of the Eagles. We'll get some Cole Asia here in just a moment. In the end, Vermillion, you could probably say a mistake there in the final few seconds, gets the victory, 45-44, but Cole, a lot closer than you wanted it to be.
Yeah, it's just, it kind of comes down to, we have high expectations after that Dakota Valley loss, and you hold the Dakota Valley team to 55, 56, somewhere around there. You hold a good Dakota Valley team to less than 60 points. And then you come into this game, you have your spurts of offense, you have your spurts of a defensive rally, but it just almost seemed like an incomplete game from both sides of the ball. Every time that Vermillion needed their defense to shine, they couldn't get it. Every time they needed a bucket, there's some parts in the game that they could, but it's just overall not a great game. But you got to give Irene-Wakonda credit for hanging in there and almost taking every chance they had.
45-44 is your final. And in the end, the Vermillion Tanagers are able to hold on, as Cole Larsh said, incomplete. Certainly a lot to break down. But in the end, we go back to Tuesday night. You don't get any style points for losing. You don't get any style points for winning either. All that matters, it is another win. Move to 7-10 on the season. Your final score, once again, 45-44. Have plenty coming up here on the postgame show. Don't go anywhere on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out Team Apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Hi, this is Kristen Cunningham with Chic Boutique by Kristen and Company in Centerville, South Dakota. We are an all-size inclusive boutique offering sizes small through 3X on many items, including denim jeans and jackets, shackets, pants, skirts, graphic tees and sweatshirts, joggers, school swag, hats and caps, many fashion accessories including purses and lots of jewelry. And we also offer gift items for birthdays and weddings. Get your shopping fix at 636 Broadway Street, Centerville, South Dakota. Open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 7, and Saturday, 10 to 4.
Let's.
Along with the singing and hungry Cole Larsh, I'm Heath Nimke. Great to have you along here on the post-game show, along with Asia and Heat of the Moment. And the heat of the moment, Vermillion boys are able to hold on 45-44 to get the victory over the Irene-Wakonda Eagles on a questionable call from the Eagles, needing a 3-point to tie to force it to overtime. Got an open look at a layup, took the layup, and then Vermillion, if you don't know or understand how it necessarily works, had 5 seconds to inbound. And Irene got that layup with about 2 seconds. And then Skogsberg was able just to hold it. He didn't have to inbound the basketball. And Vermillion, if you will, able to hold out and get the victory tonight, 45-44. As we mentioned, Cole, though, 12 points for Carter Hansen, 12 points for Trey Hansen, 11 points for Zone Robinson. Carter Skogsberg gets 8 points, and then 2 points from young Skogsberg that came in the first quarter. I mean, nobody off the bench really got going. It came at spurts. It kind of seemed like from everybody, just not as you said, an incomplete game tonight for the Vermillion boys.
Yeah, it just seemed like they couldn't really get anything going. And as soon as they got any offensive momentum, their defense just looked like they almost stepped aside and said, oh, go right ahead. I mean, it's just, obviously it wasn't literally like that, but that's kind of how it seemed. It's just anytime Vermillion got anything, I mean any momentum, it just, Irene-Wakonda responded right back. Vermillion's defense couldn't quite stop them. Then they go on a big run. It goes back and forth, and pretty soon, all of a sudden, you're looking at we're at a tie ball game, and you need a late bucket, and yeah, it's just incomplete is probably the best word that I can use. It just seemed like, yeah, it just seemed like they couldn't get the ball rolling, like the snowball would start going down the hill, and then all of a sudden it would dissipate. And then it starts rolling again, it forms again, and it just dissipates again. It's just very up and down game, but like you said a little earlier, and like we said in the Vermillion-Laverne game in that Sacred Hoops Classic, doesn't matter what it looks like, a win is a win in the win column, and that's exactly what you need going into this season. And you look at the difference between Tuesday's game and tonight's game, lots of differing things that you can build on as a squad. That's what they need to do going in. And they got 3 more games left before the postseason. Three pretty big games if you want to improve your spot.
Well, improve the spot is certainly going to be on everybody's mind. As Vermillion, we look back with 6 games. We go back to that Redfield game, the DAC-12 NEC Clash makeup. They had a chance to finish off 5-1. That one loss we expecting against Dakota Valley, and a good loss in of itself. They played tough. So far, Vermillion continues to be on track for this season, or to end the season. They get back to 500, including yet to come up Wagner on Valentine's Day, Parker next Friday, and then Canton on Monday, that following Monday, to wrap up the regular season as the Vermillion boys get the victory 45-44. As we mentioned, scoring, Carter Hansen and Trey Hansen both finished with 12 points apiece. Zone Robinson with 11, 8 points for Carter Skogsberg, and also 2 points for Bryson Skogsberg on the night. Leading the way was Miles Pullman for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. He finished with 18 points in the contest. After that, it was Garrett Libby. He finished with 9 points, 8 points from Dashel Sprell, 5 points from Jake Cool, as they really shut him down tonight for the Irene-Wakonda Eagles. Of course, Jake Cool, that big 7-footer. In the end, Vermillion is able to get that victory. We'll see if we can't catch up with head coach Jay Drake. But Cole, as we take a look at scores on the boys and girls side, I know there's a very big game on the boys' side that everyone's watching. Actually, a couple different ones that we're going to be watching. But again, some interesting scores to report earlier. T-Area beat Lennox 66-51. That certainly is going to shake up the region standings a little bit more on the girls' side. Also, Elk Point Jefferson took care of Beersford tonight, 45-28. And also, another interesting score in the DAC 12, that is, doesn't necessarily matter for the region, but receiving votes, Sioux Falls Christian beat number 5 St. Thomas More 37-32. Cole, what are we seeing on the boys' side of action?
Well, boys' side, a couple games have gone final in the DAC 12. Other than that, a couple of them still going on. I just had it in our losses. There we go. West Central defeats Madison tonight, 47-44 was the final there. Elk Point Jefferson leads Beersford 24-19. They're just resuming after halftime. T leads receiving votes Lennox 46-42. That's the end of the third quarter there. Dakota Valley, number 1 in the state, leads Del Rapids. Again, Dakota Valley, a team that Vermillion just held to 59 points. They lead at 73-59. There's 2:22 now officially left in that ball game. Other than that, that wraps up all the DAC 12 scores. Not very many other scores around the area either.
Yeah, interesting one there. I think a lot more people thought that was going to be an interesting of a game. I just happened to pull it up on a broadcast, and I'm going to just make this comment. I really don't care if it gets me in trouble. You cannot accreditate yourself on making up your own rankings. I'm watching this. One broadcast company is doing this game right now, this DV Del Rapids game. Have it pulled up. They have DV ranked number 1 and Del Rapids ranked number 2.
When DV's number 1 and Del Rapids is receiving votes.
And just so seed points wise too, they're 8th wise seed points coming into tonight, the full standings out of all the 65 teams in Class A. So I'm not quite for sure how you come up with number 2. A great Del Rapids team. We saw them. They're great.
Absolutely.
I just don't think you can just make up your own rankings as you move along. Whatever. I guess I'll leave my thoughts to myself at the moment. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll see if we can't catch up with the player and head coach Jay Drake. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Let's be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. We're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
If you are self-motivated, accountable, and eager to learn new skills, we'd love to talk to you about a rock star career. Masaba in Vermillion is hiring full and part-time manufacturing positions for the rock industry. Masaba provides comprehensive training in a clean, safe, and state-of-the-art facility. Masaba offers competitive wages, a fun and interesting work environment and culture. Join our team of rock stars. Visit masabainc.com to learn more.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
Coaches right now 0 of 3 in jobs. Didn't get Brooks, didn't get a player. Coach Drake has emerged from the locker room, didn't get me a player. Good Lord, we're going to have a board meeting again. Final score 45-44. At least, you know what? Can't blame the coaches. At least they don't just make up their own rankings and just go with something.
I don't have to mute your mic.
I'm going to get myself in trouble yet tonight. You just don't.
I'm going to take us back to ads. I'm going to take us back to ads.
Just don't get as a media company. You create your own rankings and just go with that. 45-44. We are going to await here head coach Jay Drake. By the way, that final score, DB does beat Del Rapids 79-63. So Del Rapids, supposedly number 2, according to this one media source, has now lost 2 straight games in a row, including losing in a buzzer beater last night against T-Area Cole. As we do pull up the standings, of course, these are from earlier today before all games went final on the Class A portion of it all. Vermillion really needs some help when it comes to these region standings. Again, coming into tonight, they were sitting at number 7, and you can just look more specifically at the seed points is what we really like to look at. Dakota Valley, though, was number 1. They're number 1 by a large margin, but then you look at Lennox, T-Area, Elk Point, Jefferson, and Beersford. It's 1.3 that separates all of, I guess, 2nd from 5th, if you will. And then you bring it back in, Canton and Vermillion right there battling 0.6 from 6th and 7th right now at the moment. And that's where we're going to be watching these final few games to see if Vermillion can't jump up and take that 6th spot. Now, there was a lot of hope that it was going to be Beersford at the 3. But right now, it doesn't look like that's going to happen anymore. And now it's going to happen to be either Lennox or T-Area, which Vermillion lost to both those teams earlier this season, and they kind of struggled against those 2 teams as well. But again, that's what they're kind of hoping to finish off their season 500. On the opposite side of that, Madison and Canton play tomorrow in Madison. Canton will also play against West Central, Highmore Herald, and Vermillion to wrap up the season. So not the toughest of schedule for the Canton Seahawks, but also not the easiest of schedule as well. And for Canton, now that's just what I'm looking here on their schedule. I think they might have to get in 2 more games there because that's 18 right now. They missed their DAC 12 NAC clash against Millbank, and they haven't played Dakota Valley. That game was also postponed. So I think there's another 2 games they have to make up somewhere in there.
I think they made up the Millbank game.
Okay.
The Saturday we went up to Madison. I think.
Just missing that score then.
Right.
Okay. Nonetheless, that's kind of what we're ultimately looking at there. So again, Vermillion still trying to jump up into that 6th spot, but as I mentioned, a lot of people were hoping that they would fall all the way up into that, at least get Beersford as the draw. Does not look like that is going to happen anymore. Cole, quick recap before we catch up with Coach Jay Drake. 64-23 for the Vermillion girls. A good win for them tonight.
Absolutely, and you look at the rest of their schedule and how they need to progress. You know, number 2 team according to the state. You need to put the pedal on these teams and really keep your mojo going. It seemed like in that first half, especially that second quarter, they really just jumped out really fast, and that's exactly what you need to do. Stop them defensively, take any chance that you get offensively and almost ram it down their throats, and keep the pedal on the gas the rest of the season because, like I said kind of in the pregame, you got to play every game like it's your last because no matter what, it's going to impact maybe not your region standings, but your SODAC 16 standings, and those can be a really big difference between, say, if you get the 4 or the 5 or the 6 seed. Those could be 3 completely different teams and you're in different scenarios because of that, so you just went out and give yourself the best chance.
Vermillion is guaranteed to wrap up their season against Parker and then have that first round of the regions against Parker for the Vermillion girls. And a quick other shout out to all of our other Vermillion athletes and athletics going on. Again, gymnastics is at the state tournament. They did not participate on the team side today, but they have the individuals coming up. Now, if you have social media, do pay attention to the Vermillion Boosters Facebook page and also the Twitter page, as we'll have some final updates from that coming up later on tomorrow on the individual side to see how our gymnastics team does. And also, don't forget about the Vermillion wrestling team will be in the 2A regions coming up next Friday. Now, that begins at 2 o'clock, and we're hoping during our broadcast against Parker Pheasants basketball-wise that we will have some final information for you when it comes to those wrestlers and how they did. Coach Culver caught up with me last night after our broadcast with Vermillion Wrestling and did mention that he does have to hope us have an update and even see if he can't catch up with us during the game at some point. And also a reminder, for Vermillion Tanagers Live, you can always go back and watch any of these games for any time free. We always love our support of our sponsors as well. Jay Drake continues to be unavailable here at this time. What are you doing for Valentine's Day again?
Oh, that's right. I got to think about it a little bit. I'm heading up to Centerville and broadcasting the Centerville Del Rapids St. Mary's doubleheader up there. That's going to be on Tuesday. Coverage will start. They'll have coverage throughout the entire day. I believe the JV games will start at 4 or 5, one of them. Doug Edberg will have all the coverage of those, and as soon as I switch over to varsity, I'll help him take over with that. You know, number 3, Centerville taking on receiving votes, Del Rapids St. Mary. Boys for Centerville struggling a little bit, trying to pick it back up against a pretty talented receiving votes Del Rapids St. Mary squad as well. So should be a pretty exciting doubleheader that night. And unfortunately won't be able to call the Vermillion Wagner game.
That's all right, as I do want to quickly check one other thing here at the moment. Head coach Jay Drake is on his way. We'll get to him here in just a moment as bring you a score update. And I know this is live right now, third quarter, 3:20. Here you go. We'll pull that up full screen. This is the boys' stuff of the Orioles versus the Titans. Just a packed facility there at Lennox High School, 53-52, as we'll allow Jay Drake to watch some of this. Cole Larsh, I thought, used a great word. Incomplete tonight. This was a very incomplete basketball game. You had your spurts. He even used a snowball reference that it seemed like the snowball started to roll, and then all of a sudden it stopped. What's your takeaway from this type of victory tonight for your group?
Yeah, you know, a lot of times you'll hear coaches say kind of a game tale of two halves. Okay, this week was kind of that.
Yeah,
tale of two halves. You want to talk about, what you learn in high school sports, and the more I coach, I said the other night, no moral victories, right?
Yeah.
If you have a chance to knock them off, go finish it off. And yet, with that said, we did a lot of good things. I mean, obviously, if you're hanging in there and giving yourself a chance to win against Dakota Valley, you did a lot of positive things. And you walk away, even though it's a loss, you feel kind of clean and good about yourself and positive. And this is the exact opposite. They deserve. We probably deserved to win the game on Tuesday. Irene-Wakonda deserved to win the game tonight, and you kind of walk away from this one. You kind of feel dirty. You don't feel clean. We made some plays to finish it off at the end, but we got to learn from it. The disappointing part of it is, I thought that our last 3 quarters against Redfield last week, I thought we were a little sluggish in the first, 10:15 a.m. Last 3 were really positive.
Yeah.
Very good 4 quarters at DV, and we said before the game, that's 7 straight good quarters we put together. We need to go put 4 more, and then in a matter of 7 days, 1 week, we'll have 11 straight good quarters, and you feel like you're going in the right direction because you don't have time to go backwards at this time of the year. Okay, and we just didn't do that, and it's as a program as a whole. We've got to take as a coaching staff, but the whole the JV game tonight, our JV team won pretty good, but they're playing some 7th and 8th graders out there from Irene-Wakonda, and there just wasn't much life or energy. And then you watch the girls game, and obviously it's a blowout.
Yep.
And what our guys, we've tried to stress, we stressed it after the game against DV, all day Wednesday in practice, all day Thursday, and obviously leading up to tonight in the pregame, is that if you're not ready to go, you can't. It's not going to look like the JV game. It's not going to look like the girls' game. You better be ready to go, step on the court. And you're right, even in the, I think Cole said it, I think we had a stretch. We got up 14-7 and then 18-10 in the first half, and then they finish on a 10-0 run. Part of that, and Big Skogs would agree with this and stuff, he gets a third foul. Now we have to take him out, and that changes some things defensively. But before you know it, anytime you give a team life like that, you're asking for trouble. I thought we had a nice little spurt to start the second half, 25-20 we led, then we led 28-22. But our guys then we didn't make finishing plays on the defensive end. I think there's two different times where we had a chance to finish the play. We don't. They get an extra possession, they score. A 2 one time, a 3 one time, and those are things that you might be able to maybe stretch it from 6 to 10 and now get some breathing room instead. At the end of 3, I think we're up 4. But it's like we told our crew the other night, it doesn't matter how we got to this point. Yeah. We were down 5 to DV with 8 minutes to go. We just got to be better for 8 minutes all of a sudden. And it was the same thing tonight. We said it's just the reverse effect. We're up 4, but they're right where they need to be. And then they even, it was very similar because I think they started a quick 4-0 run to start the fourth, maybe, tied it up. And, I think they took the lead. And so give them a lot of credit. We've got, a lot of learning still to do as a group, as a team and individuals.
58-57 right now, a minute remaining in that third quarter between Lennox and T. Well, you talk about their size as well. How much did that play a factor tonight and just eliminating a lot of things what you're able to do inside?
It was huge. And I think I told you in the pregame, my biggest concern, Pullman does a great job inside at about 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
Him and Skogs are almost identical in a way, the way they do things for their team and stuff. So you got a solid body in there. But then for as good as the cool kid is on the offensive end of the floor, my biggest concern was exactly what they did. At some point, I figured just go sit in the 2-3 zone, and you got a 7-footer protecting the paint, protecting the basket, and we're a team. No matter what you say, we're only averaging 51, 52 points a game, but even when we've shot it well decently the other night, you're still only at 54 or whatnot. That it puts a lot of pressure on your defense, and we struggled again tonight. I think Zoe hit the first 3 of the game to get out 3-0, and then I think we missed the next 14 or whatever in the first half. We were settling because of their length and size, settling for a lot of perimeter jump shots, and the reality of the situation is, we feel we got capable shooters, but right now, as a season as a whole, most of our guys out on the perimeter are only shooting from 3 like 25, 26% on the year. Capable shooters, but not consistent enough at the varsity level, and we settled way too much out there. You got to find other ways. Part of that is, I thought we needed to be more active in our full court stuff to try to get some easy ones in transition that we just didn't get tonight.
Well, we talked about Valentine's Day off air, that we're hoping for a Wagner victory. That's what you said you were going to get me for Valentine's Day. It's what, now the third, fourth time we spent Valentine's Day together? I'll get you a box of chocolates. What can we expect quickly from Wagner?
Well, I know this much. We told we got 2 games next week that, we feel if we play well, we have a pretty good chance. But we just told them in the locker room, if we have the same team that showed up tonight, show up in both games next week, we will be in the exact same situation next week. So we're giving them the weekend off, Saturday and Sunday. Let them watch a little Super Bowl action on Sunday. Hopefully kind of refresh and regroup in our minds, our heads, and get mentally locked in here for the final week. Because basically we're going to go Tuesday, Friday, Monday, 3 games in 7 days for the final run here at the regular season. And for some positives we saw earlier in the week, we took a step backwards tonight.
Don't let me down this time, okay? Don't.
You're not gonna like.
Don't let.
If you're asking,
no, you can't. You can't.
So our family.
You're Broncos.
I know, and that's the thing. But when money's on the line, my brother texted kind of I got 3 siblings, and then obviously my 2 parents and stuff. He wanted to put a little money on it. So basically, he said we're picking the game. And then the spread or the closest point total.
Yeah.
All throwing $10. So with 6 of us in the family, my family growing up, you're looking at a chance to win $50, right?
Yep.
So when he's like, I could use $50 right now. Okay. So I said, if that's the situation, then I can't go Hurts over Mahomes at the end of the day. So I went 28-27 Chiefs. That's what I got to stick with it now. So that's what I've got.
I'll remember that, Broncos fan. I will remember that for the rest of your days, and I will text you once the Eagles win, all right?
Sean Payton, and as Russell Wilson would say, let's ride.
Good Lord. Coach Jay Drake here on the postgame show. 60-57 with 20 seconds remaining in that third quarter. Go watch it on Live Ticket TV. It's the fourth quarter. They just didn't adjust it.
20 seconds left in the game.
Oh, 20 seconds left in the game. They didn't adjust the quarter is what you're telling me on the screen? Now, so come on up here, Jay. Let's just watch this one. Let's, I guess, finish this one out here. If they didn't adjust the quarter there, as it's fouled, and I'm not, of course, for sure here in the foul situation. So 18.6, 60-57. Lennox does lead. Oh yeah, you can see down there in the fourth quarter there, on the bottom of the screen ticker. I'm gonna make a text message here as well. Change quarter. So on the 1-1 missed free throw, and Lennox gets the rebound, 60-57, with 16 seconds remaining here in the ball game. It was, what was it, 75-61, Cole?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, final. DV took care of business. Let's get you that final score here. We're hanging around now. We want to kind of watch the end of this game. 79-63. Dakota Valley beat Del Rapids. You want to look at this? Okay. So I'd say now we're invested in this, and of course Live Ticket TV has coverage of this Lennox game as well. I texted John Kirchner to tell him to change the quarter at the bottom. I don't think he probably will. He's probably pretty invested in this game right now. Missed free throw on double bonus here for the Orioles. First free throw was missed. 15.8 in the ball game. Second free throw is good, so it's a two-possession game, 61-57. T, quick three, misses everything. It's saved, goes right to Lennox. Give a foul here. Two more free throws, 5.2. Unofficially, it looks like Lennox is going to get the win there, 61-57. So, Coach, things continue to get a little bit more dicey, but as you mentioned, that could just wrap up the number 2 spot there for Lennox, and could be potentially number 3 versus number 6 Vermillion. But there's still a lot of basketball left to play, but free throws coming up here. First one is made, 5-point game, so that's gonna be a ball game. So again, this will certainly affect the more region standings. Coach Drake was thinking. Now again, T area, it's gonna be interesting. They do still have a couple more AA games in hand, but they play 2 good basketball teams, so that will be interesting to see how it breaks down. Both Brandon Valley and Yankton ranked inside the top 7, if you will. Our next action comes up against Wagner on Tuesday. Again, check out the Vermillion Boosters Facebook page for an update on gymnastics. The Vermillion girls get the win. 64-23 is your final here. And then in game number 2, the boys hang on to get the victory. 45-44 for Cole Larsh. I'm Heath Nimke. We bid you adieu and have yourself a wonderful rest of your evening.